All right, friends, I think we've got everything up and running. We got the horizontal stream going. We should have the vertical stream going. We got TikTok going. Should be ready to rock and roll. I'm going to hit go on the Twitch output as well. There you go. Twitch is going now as well. Welcome in, friends. Hey, you're on vertical, Meek. Hey, good to see you on the vertical. But let me double check, make sure all the streams are in fact up, although I suspect they are because I think people are commenting on both streams. We are not, today's not a typical debate day, it's just a Tuesday. We're not going to be doing a debate today, although there'll be lots of debates going on tomorrow. I was hoping to get at least one Q&A in. Oh, hold on a second. Got to open up the guest boxes before I forget too. I was hoping to get at least one good Q&A going here this month, since I didn't do one yet. Let me turn my virtual camera on before I forget. And today seemed like the best day to do a Q&A, and we haven't. I don't know if we've done a Q&A during the daytime before. Typically, we do our Q&A. It's this nighttime Q&A. All right, one more second. I think everything's ready to go now with the guest box. Boom. All right, the YouTube guest box is open. The TikTok guest box is open. Let me make sure everything's good. I'm going to open up so I can see who's in the guest box. Bada bing, bada boom. All right, so guest boxes should be good to go. And the Q&A looks to be live everywhere. All right, yeah, we should be good to go. So today we're going to do a Q&A for a couple hours, and then I've got to go to I've got Hebrew class tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern time. So I'll be done like 4 or 5 o'clock today. But so it should be a lot of fun. Texas Panhandler, thank you so much for the super chat, friend. Also, there we go. It was a little delayed showing up. Really appreciate the $10 super chat. It says, "Hey, afternoon delight. Am I right? Let's go." Actually, it is. Well, maybe depending on what you're looking for. It could be some afternoon delight. If you're looking for debates, I apologize. We're not going to be doing any debates today. Although I might, if we have someone come in that wants to crash out in my guest box, we might allow that anyways. Nevertheless, the People's Warrior, thank you so much for the $2 super chat, says, my B-Day today. Well, happy birthday. Holy shit. First mezzo, and now you guys. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you for letting us know that it's your birthday, and happy birthday to your friend. I won't ask how old you are. I know that's impolite, but we're all wishing you a very merry birthday, and also congratulations on surviving one more year around the sun. Although I think you're supposed to say one more trip around the sun. TikTok is saying I'm lagging. Give me a second to get my phone out and check before we get too far in. It's not lagging on, hopefully, it's not lagging on YouTube right now. I don't know why my phone. I have to press my volume button 10 times for it to do what I needed to. All right, give me a second to check TikTok on my phone and see if it's lagging or if it's just someone like one person's feed. Sometimes it happens, like it's lagging for one person because their internet's slow. Okay, I've got it open on my phone and it is lagging. We'll give it a second. It'll catch up. It's just TikTok being TikTok, but it's laggy as shit though. I assume it's not my connection because all the other streams are hold on, let me see. I've see if it's lagging on. It looks okay on YouTube. So I don't think it's an issue with my equipment. I think it's an issue with TikTok for some reason. That's weird. I wonder why TikTok would randomly be lagging like that. I can restart the TikTok stream. It's no problem. Give me a second. I'll restart the TikTok stream. TikTok's crazy. TikTok always acting a fool. Nevertheless, I mean, we'll get it going with or without TikTok. I have no idea why TikTok's acting like that. Sometimes TikTok just being TikTok. Although the TikTok app, the studio, did update like right before I went live. So maybe the new update fucked something up. It does that sometimes. After an update, sometimes you have to like shut the software down, restart it, or fuck. Sometimes I've had ones where I even had to restart my computer, which is ridiculous that you would have to go through all that nonsense. I'm also, give me a second. I'm gonna do a speed test of my internet connection real quick, make sure that's not a bottleneck. It doesn't look like it's a bottleneck, so should be fine. Also, give me a second. Shut off one thing real quick. There we go. We can get rid of that. I restarted TikTok stream. TikTok stream looks like it's okay. It's catching back up, so we should be a-okay. Let me grab our first guest. Looks like we're gonna get Lobes and then Pedro in here in that particular order. That seems to be the order that they showed up in, and then we'll keep everything rolling here, friends. Keep everything rolling. Welcome in, Lobes.
Hey, Justin. Check. Seems like it's a little bit better than it was before.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on with TikTok. TikTok does that sometimes. It's could be a little bit unpredictable, but it's working right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was a little bit laggy before I came up. I think it gives the guest a little bit priority or something. I don't know what's going on with that, but
yeah. Did you have a question?
Yeah, well, I got two. So first, weren't you supposed to be live yesterday? I think I missed something.
I was live yesterday on the line. I was live with John Gleason last night on the line.
Oh, okay, that's why I didn't know. Okay.
Right, yeah,
I know
yeah.
you normally do the Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So yeah, I wanted to get on my streams, I want to be able to present the arguments against the prophecies.
Mm-hmm.
And you're the expert on that. Whenever it's brought up, I never know what to say. I'm always just like, I don't know about that. So,
Okay.
Is there like a top 3 that's the biggest ones that you hear that are probably or how did you debunk them?
Well, the most popular prophecies are typically the virgin birth, because that's like the first one listed in the Bible. That's Matthew 1:23. That comes from Isaiah chapter 7, and really all you got to do to read Isaiah 7, or to understand that prophecy in Isaiah 7, is just read the text. So when reading the text, it's pretty abundantly clear that the prophecy is for the king who's alive at that time, King Ahaz. And it doesn't say anything about a virgin, by the way. You have to go to the Greek text. In the Greek text of Isaiah 7:14, it says the virgin shall conceive. But there's a lot of problems with that. One, a virgin, a Parthenos in classical Greek, isn't always a virgin. We've got a number of instances in classical Greek where they say virgin, or they say Parthenos, and it's not actually a literal virgin. We see the same thing even in the Bible. So if you go to the Greek edition of the book of Genesis, you'll see Parthenos used of Dinah after she's already been sexually assaulted by Shechem. So
what's the reference?
What's that?
What's the reference in Genesis you're talking about?
Genesis 34, I think verse 4, maybe 34:4.
34:4. I'm bookmarking it for me to look into later.
Yeah. So basically the thing of it is, Matthew is an idiot. Matthew doesn't know how to read Hebrew. He's reading probably a poor Greek translation of the Hebrew text, and he doesn't even understand what the Greek text is saying. The Greek text, even if it did say Parthenos, isn't saying that a virgin will give birth. Now, even if the original Hebrew said a virgin shall conceive, that's still a meaningless prophecy. It still doesn't mean that a virgin is going to give birth. Virgins conceive all the time. They conceive through natural means, through boinking, just like any other time in history. So the reality is there's no prophecy in the Hebrew Bible whatsoever that predicts a virgin giving birth. It's just not in there. You have to do all kinds of gymnastics to get to that viewpoint. And Matthew, unfortunately, just doesn't know what he's doing, and he's going back into the Hebrew Bible just looking for anything he can find that sounds vaguely familiar to what he believes about Jesus, and then he's just calling it a prophecy. That's probably the most well cited or the most quoted prophecy that Jesus fulfilled. The second most is obviously Isaiah 53. Isaiah 53 is simply not about Jesus. The prophet, I call the prophet Isaiah, but in reality, Isaiah didn't write this. Second Isaiah was obviously written by another prophet under the name Isaiah, and there are a couple passages that tell you who the servant actually is. I'll give you those passages to write down. You want Isaiah 41, 8 through 9, Isaiah 43, 10, Isaiah 44, 1 through 2, 44, 21, 45, 4, 48, 20, and 49, 1 through 4. If you read those passages, it's actually pretty clear that the servant is the nation of Israel, specifically the righteous remnant among the nation. So that's been the traditional interpretation of the passage, and it's easy to see why. It's just because it lines up with what the rest of the book says and what the rest of the Old Testament says. Basically, in the Hebrew Bible, there's like at least a dozen different references to God restoring his servant, being the nation of Israel, and elevating them to a status such that when the other nations see their elevation, they'll come to know that Yahweh is the one true God. That's been the goal all along. It has nothing to do with a dying Messiah at all. So those are the two most popular, and really either one of them can be refuted by simply just reading the text in its entirety rather than cherry picking random out of context quotations.
Right. I was familiar with the 53. That was the one that I think I hear the most. And it's to my understanding that even in the beginning of 53, it says who the suffering servant is, or who the child, that's Israel. It says in the beginning of 53. So I wasn't privy of all these other areas in Isaiah, in second Isaiah, where it mentions this, but I'm definitely gonna go back and look at those too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are these on your cheat sheet? I don't have access to it yet. I need to figure out how to get that.
Well, all the YouTube and Patreon members have access to the cheat sheet, and I've got a tab on the cheat sheet for the prophecies of Jesus, and I've got refutations listed for the prophecies. I've got like 30 prophecies listed, and just about all of them have refutations listed. But I'll tell you what. I'm gonna real quick while I've got my document open. I'm going to add some stuff to the JC Prophecies tab for Isaiah 53 real quick. Paste and match style. All right. Nevertheless, once you become a member on Patreon or on either of the YouTube channels, there'll be a link that you have access to that takes you to the living document. It changes a lot. So the information that's on it right now will be it'll still be there later, but there will be a lot more information. I add to it like every week. So yeah, it's I think it's a really cool tool for debating.
Yeah, it's valuable if it's constantly being updated. You said you also have a what did you call it? I remember you said one time there was like a sheet, like a desk mat or something that you have that has the cheat sheet on it.
Yeah, exactly. So in the gift shop, which I just got linked up again, I need to change the address in my link tree. I apologize, I didn't update it today. But if you go to the gift shop on my YouTube page, it'll have a desk mat with like some cheat sheet items on it. That's really helpful. I had to change the company I was using to make my gift shop items because they kept shipping stuff like super late, like people was getting it like weeks later than they were supposed to. And so I just got that store back up this week through a different vendor. So if anyone orders anything, let me know how it goes. I only added a couple items to it because I wanted to see how it goes before I add a bunch of shit to it. But yeah, so you can get the desk mat if you just go to my YouTube page. It'll be linked up there.
That's tough. All right. Yeah. Well, thanks. I'm definitely gonna
Sure
be looking
thing.
into that, and I'm gonna go back and look and rewatch this so I can write down the references in Isaiah that you listed, and I'll go and either YouTube or Patreon so I can get access to that thing because I'm gonna need it. It seems like it's a really useful tool.
Oh yeah, I mean, eventually you're gonna. Yeah, if you're doing debates, then you're eventually gonna probably want that.
Yep. All right, man. Thank you. Have a
All
good
right.
rest of your Q&A.
Hey, thanks, man. Best luck to you. W. Lobes. I think I've seen Lobes live before. I'm trying to remember who all in the community goes live. There's a lot of people in the community that go live on the regular. I think I've seen Lobes live a number of times. But friends, remember, there's a lot of people in the community that are out here doing the work and going live, doing the debates. Let's make sure we're supporting everybody. You know what I mean? A Goon, hey, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, hey Justin, what are your thoughts about Rabbi Tovia Singer? Well, I like Tovia. In fact, I've got a couple videos, I think 2 videos on my channel of me and Rabbi Tovia going over some stuff. It's one of those situations where I have to be a little bit careful because I like Tovia a lot. He, I count him among the scholars of the Hebrew Bible. And so, like, obviously, I like to interface with people who are knowledgeable on the topics, even if we disagree. Like, obviously, he's not an atheist. Nevertheless, he and I get along really well, and we really enjoy doing videos together. And someone said once, we might have one of those frenemies type relationships. I don't even think that that's the case. I wouldn't consider him part of my frenemy list. I just think he's a good friend of mine. Now, it is true, obviously, that he's a believer in God, and he's a true believer. He's a true believer in the Bible God. But the thing about like Tovia and a lot of the other friends I have in the Jewish religion is they don't think I'm going to hell. They don't think I'm evil for not believing in their God. They don't, they're not pushing it on anybody. And that's why, like, somebody like me or Rabbi Bert or somebody like me can interface with somebody like Tovia or Rabbi Bert, and it's still a pleasant experience because their view of religion is really just different than like the Christian view of religion. The Christian view or the Muslim view of religion is that you have to dominate the entire world, right? This isn't just a religion for us; it's a religion that everybody has to follow, or else God's really mad. And so that's just not the vibe I've ever gotten from interfacing with my friends in the Jewish faith, which is why you'll see so many atheists are kind towards the Jewish people, because the Jewish people, by and large, don't really give a damn if we're atheists. They don't think that God's going to roast me forever in hell for eternity just because I didn't believe in the same God that they believed in. So yeah, I like Rabbi. I think he's really smart. I've got both of his books, Let's Get Biblical. I think they're great books. I would recommend them if you want an entry point into why Jesus didn't do it for the Jews. Then I would definitely recommend Rabbi Tovia's books. And if anyone here listening knows Rabbi, you watch his stuff, let him know. I'm telling you to go buy his stuff. In fact, I'll probably message him later today. I think he does really good work. Apo, hey, thanks for the super chat. Friend says, hey Justin, I found a wild cyclops. Courtney in the wild, no way. She is bouncing around on TikTok a little bit more nowadays. She was stating that Zechariah 14:17 further corroborates Isaiah 14 when speaking about the virgin and his proof of a virgin prophecy. She'll never give up, to be fair. There are some people that are like so, so out of their minds that they have no idea how bad their argument is, and they'll take any form of confirmation bias they can. So in Zechariah 14:17, it says, if any of the families of the earth who do not go up to Jerusalem to worship the King, the Lord of hosts, there will be no rain upon them. And, Zechariah 14 should have the Armageddon passage. Final victory is the first half of the chapter. And then towards the end of the chapter talks about the survivors of Armageddon. all who survive of the nations that come against Jerusalem shall go up year after year to worship the King, Lord of hosts, and to keep the festival of booths. Oh, isn't it fucking interesting? They're going to have to keep the Mosaic law, the festival of booths. If any of the families of the earth do not go up to Jerusalem to worship the King, the Lord of hosts, there will be no rain upon them. And if the family of Egypt did not, so on and so forth. So I don't know what this does for Jesus's virgin birth, if anything at all. This has literally nothing to do with Jesus. So maybe is there a different Zechariah you wanted to point to? Maybe Zechariah chapter 12. In Zechariah chapter 12, there is a passage that talks about one being pierced, but it didn't say anything about a virgin. Apo, let me know. I have no idea. Maybe I'm missing the argument. I have no idea what Zechariah 14:17 has to do with a virgin, to be fair. Lancelot, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, most important question, what do the Browns do at pick 6? Rock hard for Justin. Go Saints. Oh boy. Okay. Good question. Here's the deal. I love the Browns, and I certainly want them to draft good picks. Here's where I'm at with the draft picks. I don't know who's available this year. I haven't looked at the draft rankings, but I know we need an offensive line. We've had some issues, and we've got one perhaps retiree on O-line. We really need a good O-line. I don't give a fuck who is playing running back. As long as we've got a good offensive line, the running back will work itself out. But we need to give the quarterback time to throw the ball. That's all there is to it. We can't have 3/4 of all of our passes turning into sacks and rushes. So I would spend all of my draft picks trying to get offensive linemen and perhaps maybe like a rookie receiver that we can train up. I don't think we need to waste a whole lot on running backs. I mean, I think running backs are super important. Nick Chubb was an amazing running back. But the reality is, if you have a good offensive line, you're going to pick up 5 to 6 yards every run with or without an all-star running back. So that's what I would say. And Basil, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Princess question. In Ezekiel 14:14, there is a mention of Noah, Daniel, and Job. Oh, this is a great reference. Supposedly, this is long before the book of Daniel was written, and I have seen some suggestions that it refers to Daniel of the Epic of Akkad. Thoughts? Yes. So this is actually deeper than you might recognize. So Daniel in the Ugaritic literature was like this super famous Canaanite figure. And the suggestion is typically that, hey, listen, this Daniel character that we read in the Bible, like that we have a book named Daniel, is actually like molded around this Daniel. Now you've spelled it D-A-N-E-L, but if you go to the Ugaritic literature, I believe it's D-A-N-I-L, but the I and the E class vowel are roughly equivalent in most of the Semitic languages. But yes, in the Epic of Akkad, you will find, in not just there's another reference to Daniel. You'll find like this guy who's known for like wisdom and bravery and things, bravery and things like that. But let me see if I can get the other document where he's mentioned, because there's more than one document. The document of Akkad was, or the Tale of Akkad was the most famous of them. I know somewhere in my collection of Ugaritic texts there will be a mention of them. I'm just trying to remember where. Now, it's possible that I'm misremembering and there's not an additional one outside of Akkad. I really thought there was one other mention of Daniel outside of Akkad. Give me a second. Oh, okay, I see. There is one. It's KTU. 120 and KTU. I'll put it on the notepad real quick. Put the notepad on the screen so you guys can see it. It's a good question. Okay, so in the Ugaritic literature, a lot of them are categorized under the KTU designation. This is a German designation for catalog. It's a whole thing. KTU 120 through 122 is like a fragmentary document that talks about the Rephaim. The Rephaim is like similar to the biblical Rephaim. They're typically either associated with sages and healers, but they're also associated with the like the souls of the departed. So we find them in like the book of Isaiah. It talks about the Rephaim in Sheol, awaiting the king's arrival in Sheol. And most scholars would say that the Rephaim are like either the departed souls of the Nephilim or the departed souls of great kings. But it's ambiguous because they believe a lot of the Rephaim were what became of, that's how the kings became these mighty kings, is because they were Nephilim. But anyways, in KTU 120 and 122, there's some like fragmentary dialogue about the Rephaim, and Daniel gets mentioned. And the general idea is too fragmentary to know for sure, but the general idea typically is that it's possible that Daniel, one of the reasons why he has this like awesome status within the Ugaritic knowledge base is because he was somehow related to the Rephaim or the Nephilim. So that is one possible other source for Daniel. Now, that being said, the Rephaim show up in the Bible. They seem to be accepted because the Bible seems to be partly Canaanite literature. And it's also true that, like, if you're going to pick somebody that's well known from Canaanite, like actual Canaanite literature, to be like a folk hero who's wise, you would pick those individuals. You know, you would pick Job, you would pick Daniel, you would pick Noah. Now, there's one other thing that needs to be mentioned. The reference that you're referring to in Ezekiel 14 might not even be original to Ezekiel, and here's why. Job seems to have been written in a post-exilic sense. It could be that Job is as early as the exilic period, but if it's true that Job is written entirely post-exilic by like 100, maybe even 200 years, then it would seem that the reference in Ezekiel was added to the Ezekiel corpus, meaning it was written after Job was written. This is definitely something that, like, scholars are going to debate whether or not, you know, all of Ezekiel was written during the exile. It certainly like purports to be exilic, but it's certainly probable, as we know from the other prophets, that people were adding to the literature even after the prophet had died. And so certainly is a question whether or not even the mention of Job is out of place. Because if it was written, say this was added to Ezekiel 200-300 years after the exile, well, at that point, you might actually be able to make a connection between the biblical Daniel, also Daniel, with this particular chapter of Ezekiel, but kind of hinges on when you think it was written. I don't have a firm opinion on when I think it was written. I think most probably by the time this chapter was written, Daniel and Daniel from the Bible had already kind of been conflated. So I'm going to read one more super chat. We're going to get, I was going to get someone before Jason. Maybe it was Jason. I forget who was next, but I'm going to get Jason in here next. Jessica Transmetal Alchemist says, have you ever watched the 2003 British miniseries, The Second Coming, starring Christopher Eccleston, written by Russell T. Davies? I have not. I can't say I've seen a lot of shows. Unfortunately, my show backlog is very slim, and I can't say I've read or seen much from across the pond. I did watch some of the British Office, if that helps, but I have not. I apologize. I have not seen much beyond that. That's like the extent of my my knowledge of the British. Also, Oppo did, to the prior chat on the virgin birth, Oppo did give some clarity. It's not Zechariah, it's Jeremiah 14. All right, let's grab Jeremiah 14. It'd be interesting because Jeremiah doesn't was written after Isaiah, so I have no idea why Jeremiah has anything to say about this. But Jeremiah 14:17. I'll read it for you real quick, and we'll see if there's any relevance here, which I kind of doubt that there is, but we'll find out. Let me link up my browser real quick so we can read it. There we go. Oh shit, that's kind of a big window. Give me a second to shrink this down to the right size. There we go. It's about the right size, and then we'll do. There we go. It should be readable. Okay. You shall say to them this word. Let my eyes run down with tears night and day. Let them not cease. For the virgin daughter of my people is struck down with a crushing blow, a very grievous wound. If I go out into the field, look, those killed by the sword. Okay, Courtney said this because she obviously has never read Jeremiah. Jeremiah pictures the nation of Israel on multiple occasions as a woman, and also the city of Jerusalem. I bet if I just go back a couple verses, it's going to say some bullshit about the nation of Israel or the city of Jerusalem. Then let's go to the beginning. Let's see what the actual context is. I wouldn't be shocked if she doesn't even know what the chapter is about. The great drought, the word of the Lord that came to Jeremiah concerning the drought. Judah mourns. Yeah, of course Judah mourns, because they're in a fucking drought. And her gates languish. They lie in gloom on the ground, and the cry of Jerusalem goes up. Oh, interesting. It's about the city of Jerusalem, isn't it? Oh, and it's her nobles send their servants for water. Okay, so we start the chapter out doing exactly what I assumed was happening. We're personifying the nation or the city of Jerusalem as a female. Great, let's do it. The drought, so on and so forth, even the dough, blah, 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 wild asses. Although our inequalities testify against us, act, O Lord, for your name's sake. Our rebellions indeed are many, and we have sinned against you. O hope of Israel, its savior in time of trouble. Why should you be like a stranger? Blah, 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 blah. Thus saith the Lord concerning his people. Okay, so now he's addressing the people of Jerusalem. Truly they have loved to wander. They have not restrained their feet. Therefore the Lord does not accept them. Now he will remember their iniquity and punish their sins. Okay. Okay, now he's moving to the prophets. Blah, 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 blah. The prophets are prophesying. Therefore the Lord concerning the prophets. And the people to whom they prophesy shall be thrown out into the streets of Jerusalem, victims of famine and sword. There shall be no one to bury them, themselves, their wives, their sons, and their daughters, for I will pour out their wickedness upon them. How sweet to tell about how you're going to destroy your children in Jerusalem. You shall say to them this word. So now this is what you're going to say to the people that are thrown out in Jerusalem during the exile. Let my eyes run down with tears night and day, and let them not cease. For the virgin daughter of my people is struck down with a crushing blow, with a very grievous wound. This is just talking about virgin daughters in Jerusalem being struck down in the exile. She couldn't have thought that this is literally referring to a pregnant virgin giving birth to Jesus, virgin daughter. I refuse. I got to be honest. It's hard for me to believe somebody would be that stupid. I'm just being quite frank here, that they would think somehow this is a reference to Jesus. That really can't be the case. No one's that dumb. I don't know. I didn't watch the live stream. I hope she's not intimating that this is about Jesus somehow, because the prophet Jeremiah mentions that there are virgins in Jerusalem that are going to be struck down. That's crazy. If there was a virgin that's going to be struck down, it would mean that Jesus died. Like there's nothing in here that could be about Jesus. That's literally the dumbest thing I've ever heard. This would literally be suggesting that Jesus couldn't be born because his virgin mother died. This is ridiculous. Okay, well, moving on. Let's get Jason in here, and we'll see what our next question is. How you doing, Jason? I can't complain. I can't complain at all. What's in your mind? Sure.
been buying and reading those. And then also, I forgot my second question, but you can go ahead and answer the first, and if I think of it, then I'll let you know.
Yeah, yes. For those on TikTok, I had to turn the audio on for you, Roku. Sorry about that. So on the Apocrypha, if you want to do a good study Bible on the Apocrypha, or a good study on the Apocrypha, I personally prefer the New Oxford Annotated Bible for their commentary on the Apocrypha, and the reason why is because the gentlemen that are doing the commentary on the Apocrypha are some of the best. Like Bartlett and De Silva are phenomenal. So for that study Bible, they tapped maybe two of the best. I don't think James Vanderkam is doing anything with that because he mostly focuses on the Book of Enoch. But let me grab you. I wonder if I have it on the shelf. Yeah, I got it down here. Okay. So, if you go to like a bookstore, like if you go to Books a Million, you can find what is considered like a critical edition of the Book of Enoch. You can also find it in the Charlesworth 2-volume series, Jewish pseudepigrapha. But if you want a better background, like background information on the Book of Enoch, I like this one. This one's called Enoch and the Growth of an Apocalyptic Tradition by James Vanderkam. And I apologize, my camera's reversed right now. But you can take a screenshot and flip it. So this is the monograph series. This was published in the Catholic Biblical Quarterly, which is a journal for biblical studies, like the SBL. By James Vanderkam. Vanderkam is like famously one of the most prolific writers on the Book of Enoch. He was professor emeritus at Notre Dame University. And if you want to know about Enoch rather than just reading Enoch, I highly recommend this work by James Vanderkam. Also, if you just want a good commentary on Enoch, I think the SBL Study Bible and the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible will give you pretty good notes, not on Enoch, on the Apocrypha, on those two things. As for a commentary on Enoch, I can't say I've ever looked for one, but I know in the Charlesworth pseudepigraphic text, he does a little bit of commentary. So, let's see. It's very slight. So in Enoch, in the Jewish pseudepigrapha by Charlesworth, he's got some helpful notes at the bottom, but they're not really study notes. They're more like notes for linguistic analysis, or like stuff on like here's how it links up to the Bible. For example, you'll see in some of his notes he'll have links to the Bible. So for example, right here in the margin, he's got a cross reference for the Book of Enoch where it matches up with biblical text. So I do love this particular series by Charlesworth when you're studying Enoch. He has all of the, as far as I'm aware, all of the different recensions of Enoch in this book too. So whichever version you want to read, whether it's the Ethiopic or one of the others, it'll be in there.
All right, well, cool. Thank you very much. I pretty much got everything I wanted. Appreciate it.
Perfect. Cheers, buddy. Yeah, Enoch is cool. Pedro was going to come in next. His spot in line got mixed up. There are two things I always recommend to people before you read the New Testament. Obviously, read the Old Testament. The other thing is read the Apocrypha and read Enoch. It is just unambiguously clear that the New Testament church, they believed that Enoch and the Apocrypha were scripture. Even Jude quotes from it. Jude in verse 114 quotes directly from Enoch and calls him a prophet, which means they believed that Enoch was prophetic and scripture. So, and the Apocrypha, in fact, on my cheat sheet, when you go to the Apocrypha tab, I'll show you real quick. So we don't spend a lot of time talking about the cheat sheet, but there's one spot on the cheat sheet that I love, and I don't know if it gets a lot of attention, but I'm going to show it to you here real quick. In the Apocrypha tab, there are some quotes from the New Testament that seem to line up with the Apocrypha, but that's not the important part that I wanted to show y'all. The important part that I wanted to show y'all is there's a link at the very bottom of it. List of early church fathers that use the Apocrypha as scripture. This is the document that I put together a long time ago, and if you click on this document, you'll get access to this document that I put together. And this is an exhaustive list of every quote in the first 400 years of the church, listed by name, and what they said about the different books of the Apocrypha, right? So you can see how are they quoting? Here's a quote from the Epistle of Barnabas, where they quote from Wisdom 2:12 directly, and tying it to Jesus being the Messiah. And Tertullian, here's his quotes. He quotes against the Scorpion Gnostics. He quotes from Baruch 6:3 and also from Daniel. So they're using the Apocrypha as scripture, and they're calling it scripture. They're calling it inspired. They're calling it prophetic. Justin Martyr even went out of his way to argue that the Jews had removed the Apocrypha from the canon because it spoke so clearly about Jesus. So if you have access to the cheat sheet, I highly recommend reading through that particular document. I think it'll change the way that you'll look at the Apocrypha. All right, Jessica, hey, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. Says, do you have any opinions about the German scholarly anti-religious movement of the 1800s? First of all, I fucking love it, i.e. David Strauss, Life of Jesus, those guys. Ludwig Feuerbach's Essence of Christianity, Moses Hess's The Holy History of Mankind. Now, those I can't really tell you about, right? What I can tell you is that German scholarship in the 1800s was amazing. And there's still references to German scholarship today that people treat as authoritative, even if we've deviated from some of their original stuff. Like the teachings of Wellhausen. Julian Wellhausen invented, essentially, him and one or two others, basically invented the documentary hypothesis. And you've got others like Hermann Gunkel. Hermann Gunkel was another German scholar that did a lot of work. You've also got Delitzsch. He did the Bible and Babel, showing the relationship between ancient Babylon and the book of Genesis. So he was really big. In later German scholarship, you've got like Klaus Westermann. I'm trying to think. There's another one. Let's see. Give me a second. I had a meme once I made with my 4 favorite German scholars from the 1800s. Because there's 2 other that I'm my brain is not coming up with that are really important, that you'll definitely want to know about. Give me a second. There's Hermann Gunkel, Julian Wellhausen, and then there's another one, or there's 2 more. Oh fuck, I forgot about Wilhelm Gesenius. You know what? Well, yeah, he was pretty big. Also, Samuel Driver wasn't German, was he? Oh, Albert Schweitzer. Fuck, I forgot about Albert. Oh yeah, Albert Schweitzer and Bultmann were both awesome too. Okay. Yeah. There's also Kaufman. Kaufman was another really good. In fact, Christine Hayes at Harvard, if I remember, she's at Harvard if I remember correctly. Christine Hayes uses Kaufman's references a lot as well. I think Kaufman. I'm pretty sure Kaufman was German. Anyways, nevertheless, I don't know much about these works that you're listing here, because they look like popular works as opposed to scholarly works. But the 1800s scholarly works on the Bible are phenomenal. Definitely recommend them. All right, let me grab Pedro and we'll keep the conversation rolling. Welcome in, Pedro. Are you Oh, actually, I don't. You don't have to be 18. We're just doing Q&A. How you doing?
I am more than 18. Good afternoon. I'd like to thank you for basically helping me keeping my sanity while working.
Sure thing.
I listen to your videos every day. I think I don't have any more videos back cataloged to hear. Yeah. So I have a question because I've been an atheist for quite a while now, but I am from Portugal, which is a very deep Catholic country, and although I'm very outspoken, if anyone asks me, I'm surely an atheist. But there's one person in my life, which is my mother, that although I never lied to her that I am an atheist, but yeah, I'm not sure how to break to her the situation, because yeah, she has been through a lot in her life, both health wise and also just life, and yeah, I'm a bit nervous about it. Yeah, I don't know if you have any pointers. I know you've been through some stuff, and
here's what I would say. Does she need to know? I'll give you why I'm asking that. So my mother knows that I'm an atheist, and she wasn't crazy about it when she first found out, but we talk about it. But there are some people in my family, I'm not gonna, I have no reason to tell them. If somebody else tells them, that maybe they'll find out, who knows. But I don't feel like I need to evangelize atheism to my family. I think the ones that are questioning will probably find me anyways naturally. So I've got, I've talked about this before. I've got an aunt that is really a dedicated Christian, and she is just a lovely, lovely individual. I have zero reason at all to come and tell her that I'm an atheist, other than if I want to see her cry. So if she wants to believe I'm a Christian until the day she dies, I think I'm more than happy to let her believe that. Now, if there's a toxic family member that's Christian nationalist, or is thinks that atheists are evil, maybe I would go out of my way to cook them in public. But if your family member, if you love your family and you want to have a good relationship with them, it's not required for you to tell them that you don't believe. In fact, I just did a couple months ago, I did a wedding. I officiated a wedding, and I prayed with them. I did the whole thing. It was a Christian wedding. So I mean, I don't, to me, it's not I know people probably think in my real life I'm out there just deconverting everybody. I'm really not. I don't believe that you have to deconvert your friends and family. I think that's one of the reasons why I host a live stream rather than going out in public or to Christian live streams, because when they come to you, that means they're ready for the information. You know what I mean? But I don't see a need to go out telling people if they're not ready for it.
Yeah, I don't come from that angle. The only problem is that I have 2 kids. And although I've been an atheist for probably, I don't know, 15 years or something like that, or some sort of deconstruction, I did all of my good-natured Catholic all stuff. I don't know how to call it in English. We have names for it in Portuguese. And although I was already an atheist, I actually kind of funny. I married in the church, although I was an atheist. When they said all of those misogynistic things during the the service, I was like, what? Yeah, I was just biting my tongue. Mm-hmm. My son was baptized through this church and all that thing. I never talked with my wife. I've been with my wife for 20 years. We never spoke about it. And 2 years ago, we spoke about religion. And I said I was an atheist, and she said she was an atheist as well. So, 20 years basically living with a person, and then we discovered that we were both atheists. But now my daughter, we haven't baptized her, and it has been yeah, sometimes it's a bit of a, like, I don't know, it's a topic that sometimes comes up. And because my mother is basically a teacher, we have a school discipline here, which is basically religious studies, but it is from like the organization that regulates it and teaches and like does everything. It's the Catholic Church, so it's a bit weird. And my mother teaches it, so it's a bit. It's starting to be a bit.
Gotcha.
I don't know, stressful in
So-
family life. But I have no. I have no problems with my mother. I don't need to tell her. I don't evangelize. Basically like you. I just don't have a YouTube channel and talk about it.
Fair enough. So I think, you know, if there are people in your family that you want to know, you want them to be informed at least of your position. You know, when the topic comes up, I'm a big fan of talking about things when it's natural, rather than saying like, hey, we need to have a conversation. But that always puts people on edge. Like, yeah, I'm sure you've been in a relationship or you had a friend where it's like, hey, we need to have a talk. And then they're like, well, I'll see you next Tuesday. And from then until next Tuesday, like, well, what the fuck are we talking about, right? So I'm a big fan of talking about things when it comes up naturally. So maybe if you're in a setting where the topic of religion comes up naturally, you just say, hey, listen, you know, I have no problem with you being religious. It's perfectly fine. But I just want to let you know where I'm at and where my family is at, so that we're not talking past each other, so that we can show you that we can show each other respect for each other's positions. And I think that's usually a good way to start, is make sure they know that like you're not there to judge them or threaten them, because typically that's what religious people feel. I think if you're super religious and somebody comes out and wants to talk about them not being religious, you all of a sudden you tense up and you get this feeling like, oh no, I'm under attack, even though you're not under attack. So I think you want to start by being as gentle as possible, easing into it, letting them know that like, hey, you're not here to judge them or to attack them. And maybe with that opening, you can find like a soft landing for your words. It doesn't always work that way, but I think that's probably the best way to approach.
Yeah. Well, thank you for wise words. I'll try and do that.
Yeah.
Thank you for everything that you do, and
Sure thing, man.
see you
Best
next
of luck
time.
to you. Hopefully it goes well for
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers, buddy.
Cheers.
That is hard telling your family, and I will definitely. I recognize that my experience is going to be different from a lot of people's, because I have a channel and people just kind of stumble upon it. And you know how it is when one person in your family finds out. What do? They go and chat with the with the rest, right? So I didn't have to like go around making announcements. Like the chatter kind of started on its own naturally. Now, to follow up, because if anything, if I'm not anything, I'm thorough. To follow up on, I was documenting real quick, going through my notes of my favorite German scholars. I put together a list of some of my favorites while I was chatting to that guest. If anyone wants to take a snapshot, here are what I think, in my humble opinion, some of the best of German scholarship. And I'm going to also add Klaus Westermann, although he's more recent. So Martin Noth, Gerhard von Rad, Hermann Gunkel, Albrecht Alt, Walter Eichroth, Julius Wellhausen, Wilhelm Gesenius, Klaus Westermann, and then also we didn't want to forget. I already forgot someone. I was writing that down. We also don't want to forget. If I spelled that correctly. Delitzsch. That's a tough one. Give me a second. Make sure I get that right. That's a tough one. Franz Delitzsch. This is wild. This is like as difficult as Nietzsche. There we go. Oop. Is there a paste as without formatting in here? Probably not. Nevertheless, y'all can figure it out. Franz Delitzsch is the name. These are amazing German scholars. Now, some of their work obviously is dated, but Klaus Westermann probably not so much. He's more recent. Nevertheless, if you guys want like stuff that's from good German scholars that's in the open domain, meaning you can get the stuff for free nowadays, these are the guys to go to. They're really good open domain scholarly works. Some of it's dated, as I said, which means, there's some things that they're going to say that is maybe no longer universally agreed upon or no longer relevant because newer information is available. But it's actually just really good information still yet if you're starting out in biblical studies. Anunian, hey, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, cheers, Justin. I'm writing a paper for myself with the thesis that Luke 22:42 contradicts aseity and simplicity. Am I barking up the wrong tree? Well, let's find out. Luke 22 should be prior to the crucifixion. And you're in verse 42. So let's see. Oh, yeah, Jesus is at the Mount of Olives, so still prior to the crucifixion. He came out and went, as was his custom, to the Mount of Olives, and the disciples followed him. When he reached the place, he said to them, pray that you... Okay, so he's at the Mount. Father, if you are willing, remove this cup from me. Yeah. So the two different wills. Now, you're suggesting here that this is... I have to look up what aseity means. Jeez, oh, Pete's. It's a theological and philosophical attribute of self-existence, being from oneself, comes from the Latin, meaning underived. Okay, so you're saying that Jesus's disagreement or his disagreeing will with the Father, remember he says, let your will be done, not mine, contradicts the idea that Jesus is underived and divinely simple. I don't know. I don't know what aseity has to do with Luke 22:42, but I do agree that Luke 22:42 contradicts the idea of divine simplicity, because divine simplicity would say that Jesus has no, or God has no parts, right? But it certainly couldn't be the case that if God has a will and then Jesus and the Father have separate wills, meaning your will and my will, it's preposterous to then say that God doesn't have parts. He's obviously got two wills. And so they're going to try to fix this. Here's where I'd caution you. They're going to try to fix this with the, the hypostasis. So they're going to try to say, well, there's a hypostatic union between the 100% God part and the 100% man part, and the man part has a different will than the God part. But if that's the case, there's still parts. That's the problem with the hypostatic union, is it creates partialism again, and it also doesn't fix the problem because you can't have two parts that are both 100% of something adding up to another 100%. So I agree with you, Anunian and then some. I don't know exactly how aseity plays into it, because typically Jesus is described as being God is described as being underived. I agree that Jesus is not underived. In the typical Trinitarian doctrine, the Father or God is generating the Son. That's what it means when they say begotten. They mean that Jesus was generated by the Father, which means he can't be underived if he's generated by the Father. But I don't know how Luke 22:42 gets you there. I agree that the Trinitarian doctrine violates the aseity that you're referring to in philosophy, but I don't know if you can use Luke 22:42 to get there. You might need a different passage that talks about how Jesus is derived from the Father, and you can even call back to traditional Catholic doctrine that talks about how Jesus is generated. In fact, give me a second. I'll go to Magisterium and get you where that is. Let's see. Tell me how. See, the Son is generated from the Father. All right, so if you go to magisterium.com, they will show you where in the Catholic teachings, like in the magisterium rulings, in the catechism, and in papal edicts, where their exact doctrine is outlined. And give me a second. They should have one. They should have a catechism reference in here somewhere for this, or at least a declaration from the magisterium. It says the Son is eternally generated from the Father in the divine Trinity through an intellectual procession. And actually, interesting. They're quoting here Thomas Aquinas for this on 3 different occasions, and the Compendium of Theology for the Catholic Church, also by Thomas Aquinas. So it's interesting. They're actually the Trinitarian doctrine from Magisterium is actually starting out by quoting Thomas Aquinas. Let me see if they have an actual ruling from the Magisterium or a catechism entry on this. Wow, interesting. I don't see even one catechism entry from the... Well, it's an AI bot. Anyways, you might want to look up the Trinitarian doctrine in the catechism, see what reference they have for you. But yeah, I agree with you. I think you need more than Luke 22 to do it, though. And Cipriana Balica, thank you for the $49.99 RON super chat. Says, hi, you helped me a lot in my deconstruction, but I have issues in my social and family life. I am from Romania. Sorry to hear that. How can I contact you in private? Because I could use some extra help because I'm stuck. Well, the best way to contact me in private would be via email. I check my email basically daily. I don't always have time to answer every email every day, but I do eventually get to them. That being said, that's probably the best way to do it. Also, you can definitely go and join our Discord and talk to other people in the Discord who have been through the same thing. And you can also, there's a thread in the Discord that is, there's 2 individuals from Recovering from Religion that you can dialogue with there as well. And also, definitely remember, you can contact Recovering from Religion if, in fact, you just need maybe some advice or counsel or things like that on, how to deal with, the current situation for sure. Anyways, best of luck to you. And Lancelot, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, what's up with the churches that tell brides they have to entice their husbands and carry on about having babies? Pretty sure one preacher wanted her impregnated on the altar. Must be cringy for the woman. It is, part of the reason is because we've got doctrines in the Bible that would lead you to believe that women need to have children. Like that's their lot in life. So if you go to 1 Timothy chapter 2, we're going to find a passage that I think was pretty heavily used in Christendom to force this baby making on women. Paul talks about how women should behave in church. He says, let women learn in silence and full submission. I do not permit a woman to teach or have authority over a man. She is to keep silent, for Adam was formed first, then Eve, and Adam was not deceived, but the woman was deceived and became a transgressor. Yet she will be saved through childbearing, provided they continue in faith, love, and holiness with self-control. But holy shit, her salvation is tied to having babies? You can see why they would use something like this as like, oh no, these women need to they need to have babies. Like it can't be good enough that they just exist. They need to be baby makers. And this is basically the proof text for that. So that's kind of where they got that from. Well, I'll do one more, actually. Let me put that back up. The other passage that they're going to bring out is Genesis 3:16. When God curses woman for what she did, it says, I will make your pangs in childbirth exceedingly great. In pain you shall bring forth children. Yet your desire shall be for your husband, and he shall rule over you. So the biblical picture of marriage is basically have babies, and your husband rules over you. That's it. There's not much way around it. You know what I mean? This is kind of what the Bible says. And Hannibal says, can the Talmudic mentions of X's crucifixion, Jesus' crucifixion, I assume, count as contemporary citations of the event? I keep hearing there are no independent verifications. Well, I don't know if that's true. I think it depends on what you think about the sources. So Pliny mentions the crucifixion. Hold on a second. Let me grab some sources real quick. All right. So let's grab Tacitus, I believe, first. Tacitus says, Nero substituted as culprits and punished with the utmost refinements of cruelty a class of men loathed for their vices, whom the crowd styled Christians. So he's saying the Christians existed. Gotcha. Christus, the founder of the name. So there was a guy who started the Christian movement that he's saying was Christus, although I believe in the original language it says Crestus, had undergone the death penalty by in the reign of Tiberius by sentence of the procurator of Pontius Pilate. So we have this writing in Tacitus, which is almost contemporary. It's, he's writing a couple decades after Jesus. It says, hey, listen, this guy named Crestus, he was called Crestus, was crucified by Pontius Pilate during the reign of Tiberius. I find this to be credible, personally. I get it. There's going to be some people that are like, well, it says Crestus, not Jesus. But yeah, that's what they called him. They called him the Christ. Just like Menachem Mendel Schneerson. They don't just refer to him as using his name. They refer to him as the Rebbe. That's what they call him, right? So it's very common to call somebody by if they have like an official title. And if they believe that there's only like one genuine, like one Christ or one genuine Rebbe, it's very easy to see why that nickname or that moniker would, especially if you're not part of that group, you would think that that's what their name is. So I personally think that Tacitus is referring to the crucifixion of Jesus. I think this is fine evidence that in fact Jesus was crucified. I don't have I could be wrong. I don't have a good reason to think that this Crestus fella wasn't Jesus. We do have another mention from Pliny the Younger, who, again, writing at least decades later, so I don't know what that means for contemporary writings, says that they sing hymns to Christ as to a god. If Jesus was referred to as Crestus or the Christ, you can see how this would be a reference to Jesus. Just like in the Talmud, it refers to Jesus in different ways, not always just using his name. There's different mentions of Jesus in the Talmud where they use like code names and different things like that. And I've got some of them documented here. But it's not worth going through every mention in the Talmud, but I would say in Sanhedrin 43a, which is what you're probably referring to in the Talmud, it's debatable on whether or not it's contemporary. So we don't know exactly when Sanhedrin 43a was written down. What we do know is that like the writings of the Sanhedrin and the Mishnah weren't completed until, 1, 2, or even 300 years after Jesus. What we don't know, like we can talk about when it was completed, what we don't know is when the individual parts were written. Same way with Genesis. We know there are individual sections of Genesis that were written in different time periods, and we can tell you when Genesis roughly was completed. It was completed during the exile. But what we can't tell you is when every individual story in Genesis was originally penned, right? So in Sanhedrin 43a, we have a very clear reference to Jesus. We don't know when it was penned. All we can say is that it was penned, or it was collated sometime after Jesus. And it talks about Jesus being killed. It says, on Passover Eve, they hung the corpse of Jesus the Nazarene after they killed him by way of stoning. A crier went out before him for 40 days, publicly proclaiming Jesus the Nazarene is going to be stoned because he practiced sorcery, incited people to idol worship, and led the Jewish people astray. Anyone who knows of a reason to acquit him should come forward and teach it on his behalf. And the court did not find a reason to acquit him, so they stoned him and hung him his corpse on Passover Eve. It's interesting that some of the details are corroborated, like being hung up on a piece of wood on Passover Eve. The stoning isn't included, but to be fair, if the Jews killed Jesus, they probably would have stoned him. So there's some conflicting evidence about how he died, but again, these seem to be references contemporary enough compared to other historical figures to say that this likely happened. You can never guarantee it. Like you can't guarantee that these stories are real, but what you can say is, well, based on what we would use for other historical figures, like this would be verifiable evidence for other historical figures. So there's not a great reason to discount it when we're talking about Jesus. Hope that answers your question. And I'm going to grab one more super chat, and then we're going to get Greg from Nizansi in here, and then Creed next. Bryce Aroni, my friend, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says 1 Samuel 15, Saul kills all of the Amalekites except Agag, the king. Then Samuel kills Agag. Chapter 30, the Amalekites magically respawn, and David has to do it again. How do believers get around this plot hole? Okay, easy. All right, so what believers are going to tell you is that when it says that they killed every single person, it was hyperbolic. It wasn't real. Now, that doesn't work because in the chapter, remember, God is mad that there were any survivors at all, even fucking animal survivors. That's why he's so mad at Saul, because there's any survivors at all. So it's not good to say that the command to kill all of them was hyperbolic, because it wasn't. That's why God got mad. So this is called an anachronism. Now, here's likely the case. This is what Christians won't tell you. The reason why we have some of these anachronisms is because these stories were individually circulated and then at later times put together into a document where they tried to write a coherent story. It's clear when reading it, especially in the book of Kings. You can tell, especially in 2 Kings, you can tell that a lot of these stories were loosely circulating and then were eventually put into a document. Now, when you take a bunch of stories and you put them into a document, sometimes you don't pay close attention to the plot holes. You know, you talk about the annihilation of a people, and then you have another story later with those people that should have been prior to the annihilation of the people. And so that's a huge problem that you find throughout the Bible. It happens all the time. Not just with annihilating people, but other things. So like a famous example comes from Genesis 26, if I recall. Genesis 26 it has two problems in Genesis. We get the wives of Esau named twice, and their family members are different each time. We have another doublet in Genesis concerning Esau and concerning Jacob, in that when Jacob and Esau meet, what we find is that they're down by the Jabbok River. In fact, it wasn't 26. I know one problem shows up in 36. We'll grab that one first. Esau's descendants. All right, let me put this Bible verse up. So there's two problems in 36. The wives of Esau have different family members when you go to the cross reference earlier in Genesis. The other problem is that, listen to what it says in verse 6. Esau took his wives, his sons, his daughters, and all the members of his household, his cattle, and all of his livestock, and all the property he had acquired in the land of Canaan, and he moved to a land some distance from his brother Jacob. So he's saying, listen, Jacob and Esau are living together in the land of Canaan, and they moved apart because their possessions were too great for them to live together. Well, that can't be fucking true, because earlier in the story, when Esau and Jacob meet and they make amends, he was already living in the land of Edom, and he went back to the land of Edom after he made amends with Esau. Let's see. Let me grab the verse. I thought it was 26. It's probably not 26. It was probably something like 29 or, let's see, a couple chapters previous. Jacob meets Rachel. Oh, that gotta be maybe 32. Yeah, it gotta be 32, not 30. No, I don't know why I was thinking 26. 33 and 32 is the chapters where they meet. Okay, when we look at when they go to meet, to look up now, Esau Now Jacob looked up and Esau saw Esau coming, and 400 men with him, so he divided his children. He ran to meet him. All this is happening at the crossing of the Jabbok River. And said blah 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 blah. Esau says, "Leave me, or let me leave you with some of the people who are with me." But he said, "Why should my Lord be so kind to me?" So Esau returned that day on his way to Seir, that's in the land of Edom. But Jacob journeyed to Succoth and built himself a house and made booths for his cattle. So we've got an interesting anachronism in Genesis where Jacob and Esau are living in the land together after they had already parted ways. And these types of anachronisms show up in the Hebrew Bible all over the place because they're stitching random stories together in what they think is like a coherent storyline, and it's actually not nearly as coherent as they think it is. So that's what I would say to that. All right, let's get Greg from Nizanzi in here and see what's going on. How you doing, Greg?
Hey, Justin, greetings. It's Mzansi. It basically means south. It's the local name or the more traditional name for South Africa. It's not an official name, but it's what we call, and it's always a tongue twister.
Well, greetings over in South Africa. How you doing?
Well, I will never ever get you to try and pronounce our national motto. I cannot read it or pronounce it. And if you want to look it up, you will, just look it up for humor. It's basically similar to the American motto, referring to many one. But yeah, if you can read it, you will be you will be the best linguist ever.
So in English, it says diverse people unite. And in what I can assume is South African, it looks like Iki A Ikari Leke.
It's like 3 clicks.
I would not have guessed any of that. Wow. Okay. That's a tough one.
I cannot pronounce it right. They're always trying to get me to say the click sounds at work. It's always amusing. Yeah, on that, 2 things. Have you ever heard of the ZCC, the Zionist Christian Church?
I don't think I know them, no.
Okay, so it's a offshoot. It's sort of a pagan come Christian mix. It's a very, very strange. Folks from traditional Christian circles will look at them and say, "Yeah, but that's just paganism," and they put a Christian bent on it. It's a bit of a culture. There's 2 or 3 million members in this part of the world. I mean, you'll see them. They still gather outside. They wear traditional garb, more Middle Eastern type dress. They do baptisms by the river. You'll often see them if you're driving through, especially on the weekends. You'll see groups of them gather by the river. It's actually quite unique. They don't really have a church as such, but they do have a annual Easter pilgrimage where typically hundreds of thousands of folks will meet up in a town pretty north of me. And unfortunately, it's also known for the deadliest road accidents, because people will come from everywhere in cars that are less than roadworthy, traveling from countries up north, Zimbabwe, Zambia, and often on roads that aren't suitable. So it's a bit of an interesting one. But there's part of it. Now, this is something, a small question for you. Can we look at a god like as more an anthropomorphic character called the Tokoloshi? There's others who's seen here as sort of an evil, maybe like Black Pete, if you know the European, Santa's little helper. He brings evil and steals the souls of children. Now, here's the interesting thing, and I'll bring this up with people who, this individual, the Tokoloshi, okay, it sounds like a strange name, but it's the name of this thing, is known for stealing the souls of people that particularly sleep too close to the ground, because he's short. He'll come and steal your soul. So you've got to sleep high. And hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people in this part of the world will put their bed on cinder blocks or paint cans or anything to get that extra height, that they can sleep in safety, that if the Tokolosh comes at night, their soul won't be taken. Kids are terrified of the Tokolosh. And yes, I am known to tell the neighbors' kids, if they don't behave, they might meet the Tokolosh that night, and they tend to run off. Probably the wrong thing to do, probably causing trauma. Not my kids. I don't have to pay the psychological bills, but yeah, maybe I'll feel a bit guilty about it. But it works. They're terrified of this thing. Yes, here's the thing. It's actually true. 100% true.
Oh, is there a question? I guess I'm waiting for a question.
No, sorry. I just want to give you the backdrop, because you wouldn't be familiar with mythology. Where this comes from is this individual is seen as the Satan,
like
the
a Krampus.
Evil guy. Yeah, basically, like I said, Black Pete. Krampus is, I think, Zwarte Piet's Netherlands, and Krampus is German or something like that. So here's where the origin of this thing is. People would die in their sleep and turn pink, and their soul was taken by this individual. Now, what they didn't know at the time, it's actually carbon monoxide poisoning. Because in winter, because of the way we are and being in the valleys, you get these inversion layers. People would sleep around the fires in their huts. And of course, they die of carbon monoxide poisoning. So this sort of superstition arose that this individual stealing their souls and they need to sleep higher, because the ones that slept higher, and it's purely evolution of religion, would not die. If it was too cramped around the fire and you had to sleep, slightly up, and there was an inversion layer that night, you might survive, but everybody else in your house would die. So, how do you see that sort of thing fitting in with Judaism? I mean, I can see it in certain biblical passages where these sort of things come in. I mean, stories like the different treatments, sprinkling blood of pigeons on people to heal leprosy. Is there some sort of, a string of truth that threads through that somewhere?
I may not understand the question. What do you mean by string of truth?
So if the Tokoloshi, which is our little evil dude, is based on people's misunderstanding of carbon monoxide poisoning, how do you see that sort of mentality in Christianity? Or
Well, in
Judaism?
Christianity, like the most direct parallel is unclean spirits. So both the Old Testament and the New Testament, they have this, this idea that there are these unclean spirits, which is pretty abundant in the ancient Near East, that cause all manner of disease, even plagues. The unclean spirits could even be charged with like weather phenomenon, different things like that. So this is definitely because they didn't know how germs work. They didn't know how sickness worked. So they would blame these unclean spirits on these individual things. In fact, even in the Bible, in the New Testament, we hear a story about getting rid of unclean spirits by cleaning your house.
Oh, yeah, that's right. With the mold, and you've got to purify it. And when there's any type of mold, the whole thing's unclean, and then you suddenly wash it, and it, I suppose, and then people realize, okay, washing the stuff makes it go away in some form, or burning it. I mean, the same with pottery. Wouldn't they smash pottery completely if there was any hint of uncleanliness?
Say that again?
Wouldn't the Jews also, if they detected mold, I think it was, well, if I get it right, sort of a blemish. I'm assuming it's mold based on what I remember. That the King James is a bit strange mentioning it. But if they found like mold on pottery, wouldn't they totally smash all the pottery that it would to keep it clean? I mean, I suppose that's one way that they might have stopped disease.
Yeah. Quite often, if it was a earthen vessel, they would destroy it. If it was a metal vessel, they had multiple ways of purifying it that didn't require destroying it. But earthen vessels typically were destroyed.
Yeah. Now, by the way, I'm a Rhema alumni, 1995, but Rhema South Africa. So you can kick me now for being the heathen if you want. I actually bought into that nonsense. I'm old enough to have deconverted by actually riding a bicycle to the library to look up Tyre, and totally devastated that what I see in the encyclopedia is not what's in my Bible.
Well, yeah, that's unfortunate. Once you start going to academic resources like encyclopedias, dictionaries, lexicons, the Bible falls apart pretty quickly. You'll find very quickly that the academic study of the Bible doesn't have anything to do with the church practice of studying the Bible. So, but hey, thanks for the background. It's really interesting to hear about this tradition. It doesn't shock me that somebody has developed this whole concept around a Krampus-like figure based on a couple bad experiences.
Now, look, I use that when people try and bring up, the brilliance of Christianity and that. I'll say, but look, how can you're calling these people heathens and pagans, and they look down upon very much so by Christians. They're not seen as real. There's no real Christian except the Christian that you're talking to. And you use parallels to this, and then it's a case of like, this is what these people believe, but it's based on this. Now you can't, and you read into it. Now I've got a friend who's very devout, and she goes to a local charismatic church. And she's saying her daughter's getting more involved in the church because she's currently unemployed, which I hope that gets sorted out. And she's doing Bible studies. I said, look, she's always welcome to come do Bible studies with me. And I was told under no circumstances would that ever happen, because apparently I'm the wrong, when I have discussed things in the Bible with her, she's, okay, she didn't know certain things, and then I point them out, and I'm not trying to necessarily deconvert her, but I am trying to prompt her to, hey, there's more to it than this. Have a look at this or have a look at that. It's obviously the theme of the month is, it's Armageddon, it's the end times, and then you point out, yeah, that's old. Nero was the mark of the beast. We know that, and you point out why, and it's a case of, okay, maybe there's more to it. But anyway, Justin, you keep doing what you're doing. It's always weird hours, and sometimes I wake up at 7:00 in the morning and you're still going. I'll put you on, and by the time I've fast forwarded at 2 times speed, you're finished. So I've watched a lot of your stuff, but you actually talk a lot slower in real life than I'm actually used to watching you. But keep it up, and all the best.
Well, it's good to hear from your friend. Best of luck on your journey, man.
Yeah, no, it's all good. But yeah, it's always interesting.
Cheers, buddy. All right, we got to move on and keep things flowing. I'm going to grab a couple of super chats, and then we'll get next in line is Creed, our friend Creed. X Million, thank you for the $20 super chat. Friend says, if Abraham never went into Hagar, so she conceived, might the covenant of Genesis 17 have been less of a big deal that led to God to institute circumcision? Succinctly, is Islam the reason that my parents had me mutilated? I'm not sure what Islam has to do with it. Islam developed after Judaism, like far after Judaism. We do have evidence as early as the 7th century of Ishmaelites being referenced in the what we would classify as like the Arab nations, like in the Arabian Peninsula and whatnot. So in the Arabian Peninsula, we do have a pretty rich history of these people claiming to be from a guy named Ishmael. It's unclear if the biblical story is explaining a current people group, or if that people group they took up the moniker of Ishmaelites because of what was in the text. Nevertheless, yes, there seems to be some actual Ishmaelites in real history in the Arabian Peninsula that eventually became Muslims. I don't know what may not understand your question. Are you saying if Abraham never went into Hagar, would he still need to be circumcised? Yeah. The circumcision command is actually given twice. Let's see. Let me grab. I thought chapter 12 was the first mention. Let me pull up the text. It could be Genesis 17 as the first mention. I thought in Genesis 12, when we have the first calling of Abraham, it included circumcision, but maybe it doesn't. Also, I would point out too that Genesis probably this portion was maybe written even after the circumcision command in Exodus. It's hard to tell. It depends on how you're going to read the text. But nevertheless, let's read Genesis 17 and see if I can understand what your question is asking for here. When Abraham was 90 years old, the Lord appeared to Abraham and said, I'm God Almighty, El Elyon. Walk before me and be blameless. I will make my covenant between you, and I will make you exceedingly numerous. When Abraham fell on his faith, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. I will establish my covenant between me and you and your offspring after you throughout your generations for an everlasting covenant to be God to you and to your offspring after you. And I will give to your hand and to your offspring after you the land where you are now alien. Blah, 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 blah. I keep my covenant. This is my covenant, which you shall keep between me and you and your offspring after you. Every male among you shall be circumcised. You shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskins, and that should be a sign of the covenant between me and you throughout your generations. Every male among you shall be circumcised when he is 8 days old, including the slave born in your house and the one bought with your money from any foreigner who is not of your offspring. So, yeah, it just says that you got to get circumcised. You, your entire household, all your slaves, and everybody in between. So let me see if I can understand your question here. If Abraham never went into Hagar, so she conceived, well, then she wouldn't have conceived, to be fair. If Abraham didn't go into Hagar, she wouldn't have conceived, so I may not understand the question. Might the covenant of Genesis 17 have been less of a big deal that led God to institute circumcision? I guess here's X Million. I love you, buddy. I don't know what your question is, to be honest. I don't know what Hagar has to do with the circumcision. The rite of circumcision, as far as I can tell, would have been commanded with or without Hagar. I don't fully understand what the tie-in here is. The audience figuring this out? Can somebody in the audience help me out? I don't know what the question is. Is Islam the reason that my parents had me mutilated? No. I mean, did you grow up Islam? Is that what you're saying? Because I don't. If that's the case, I don't understand. If you grew up Islamic, yes, Islam believe in circumcision too. Is that what you're asking? Reverend Chad thinks he might know what's happening here. Let's see if Reverend Chad's got an idea. Hey, buddy.
All right, Justin. Hey, buddy. Islam supposedly started from Ishmael, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If there's no Hagar and no smacks between her and Abraham, then there's no Ishmael. Hence, no Islam.
Okay.
So, would it still be such a thing if there was no Islam, is what I'm thinking he's saying.
Oh, that's a fair question. So he's saying, listen, if Abraham never had sex with Hagar, would Islam never have happened? And if that's the question, then maybe it depends on what you believe about actual history, because it's not clear if Muhammad was actually an Ishmaelite. If Muhammad truly was an Ishmaelite, then it certainly would be the case that Islam, thought that they needed to do this because of Abraham. Now, it's interesting because according to the biblical text, the children of Abraham was only going to be through Isaac. That's why in Genesis 22, it says, take Isaac, your only son, meaning Ishmael's gone. They don't even consider him a member of the household anymore. And remember, he gets sent away in chapter 16, I believe. In chapter 16, Ishmael and Ishmael and Hagar get sent away because they're not going to have any right in the household. In fact, Sarah says, send this slave woman and her son away, for they will not have any part of the inheritance. In fact, let me grab that for you. The birth of Ishmael, blah, 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 blah. Yep, in chapter 16. Sarah's like, nope. Now Sarah, Abram's wife, bore him no children. She had an Egyptian slave whose name was Hagar. And Sarah said, okay, so Ishmael's born, yada, yada, yada. Hagar, okay. Hagar bore Abram a son. And then Genesis 17, we get the promise, the sign of the covenant. It might be Genesis 18 where they get sent away. There we go. The son promised to Abraham and Sarah. And then, yep. Oh, fuck. How many chapters does it take before we get sent away? Now we got to skip like 3 chapters. Maybe Genesis 20? Oops, that's 120. Abraham and Sarah. Man, these interludes are crazy. Okay, fuck. Maybe it's 21. Okay. Birth of Isaac. There we go. Now we get sent away, chapter 21. The child grew and was weaned, and Abraham made a great feast on the day that Isaac was weaned. But Sarah saw the son of Hagar the Egyptian, whom she had borne to Abraham, playing with her son Isaac. So she said to Abraham, cast out this slave woman with her son, for the son of this slave woman shall not inherit along with my son Isaac. And then he gets nothing. He gets no inheritance from Abraham. That's why in Islam, they add more to the Ishmael backstory that's not in the Bible. They have to. Because if you just have the biblical story, Ishmael, while he might have been circumcised, he's not part of Abraham's household anymore. He doesn't have to remain circumcised. If he circumcises any of his children, it's only because he took it upon himself to do so. That's an interesting question, though. Yeah, I mean, theoretically, if the Bible is true, no Ishmael, maybe no Muhammad. Wade Bryant, thank you for the super chat, friend. I really appreciate it. It says, you've discussed it, but again, for my simple mind, before eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, how did Adam and Eve have knowledge that disobeying God's command not to eat from the tree was a good or evil? Listen, that's it. So I mean, you basically nailed it on the head. So if the knowledge of, if the tree, let's go to Genesis 3. If the tree is the thing that gives them the knowledge of good and evil, then it must mean that they don't have any knowledge of good and evil, which is why it says that they were naked and unashamed, meaning they don't even know that it's wrong to be naked. Like they have no idea. And so the serpent comes along and is like, no. If you eat from this tree, you're not going to die. God knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be open and you'll be like God, knowing good and evil. So the serpent says, hey, you'll know good and evil if you eat from this tree. You don't know it yet. And when you go down after the punishments, God confirms it. It says, the Lord said, see, the humans have become like one of us, knowing good and evil. And now they might reach out their hands and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever. So the reality is, your observation of the story is right on the money. They didn't know that disobedience was evil, which is why it doesn't make sense that they were punished. But you got to remember, in the ancient Near East, like doing something wrong, whether you intended it or not, is going to have unavoidable effects. So, for example, in ancient Babylon, they have like these rites. These magic spells and rites that you have to perform for your particular deity. And if you perform them wrong, the deity could be mad at you. Now, even if you perform them wrong, but you are well-meaning, meaning you meant to do them correctly, you meant no harm by them, well, whatever magic was going to come from it won't come from it, because there's like a way things just have to be, or else we have these unintended consequences, right? Genesis seems to be tying into this. We're like, listen, we know they don't know right from wrong. However, even without knowing right from wrong, if they do something that is incorrect, there's this unavoidable consequence that has to come from it. That seems to be what they're tapping into. But we, like anyone with a brain, like modern people, we would read the story and be like, well, that's bullshit. If God is the creator of all things, there aren't like unintended consequences. There are just consequences that God decided were going to happen, and these were the consequences. Good question. And Melanitis, thank you for the super test, friends. I have to correct you, and that happens sometimes. A week ago, you said that Soviets didn't outrule religion. What do you mean by outrule? What I said was, despite the fact that that Stalin was atheist, I said there were Soviets that were still religious. But let me read the rest of this. That's not true. My great-grandfather was military, and he couldn't be open about his religion. No church, no nothing. Well, maybe, yeah. Maybe if you were in the military in Soviet Russia, like it was, maybe it was negatively looked upon for being religious. Same way, like in today's culture, like it's more and more acceptable to be either trans or gay, but if you were in the military, you couldn't say it, right? Because now you're in like government official capacity. I believe you though, Melanitis. I believe you. All I can tell you is that if you look up the statistics in Soviet Russia for that time period, like 70% of the population was still religious. Even though I agree, Stalin wasn't. Stalin was in fact against religion. I'm saying the population at large generally was still fundamentally religious. And Taco Noodle says, my father justifies the slaughter in the Bible, saying God had to get rid of them because they were Nephilim. How should I respond to that? Well, first of all, it's not true that they were all Nephilim. It doesn't say that. Every time someone says something like they were all wicked or they were all Nephilim, ask, where does that come from? Because the Bible doesn't say they were all Nephilim. It just says that they were all wicked. Now, that being the case, if he had to kill them because they were Nephilim, there's a couple problems. It didn't fucking fix it, because there are still Nephilim after the flood. Numbers 13:33 talks about it, as does the book of Deuteronomy, talks about the king Og. We also have giants after the flood mentioned in Deuteronomy chapter 2, living in the land of Moab and living in the land of Ammon. Those are the Zamzummim, and the Amim and the Zamzummim, living in the land of Ammon and Moab, were also related to the giants, and were also the Anakim. So after the flood, we still have all these races of giants. So the flood couldn't have been why God killed Nephilim couldn't have been a reason why God sent the flood, because they still exist after the flood. So it didn't actually fix anything. If that's why they sent the flood, he's a failure. So the Bible does tell you the reason is because all mankind was wicked, even from youth. That being said, if all the humans on the earth were Nephilim, then it would stand to reason that, Noah and his family were too. But if Noah and his family were Nephilim, they should have been wiped out, right? How was it that Noah was the only non-Nephilim? Also, got to remember, when we're talking about the Nephilim, while we don't know how many there were, there's no good reason to believe that everybody on the earth was a Nephilim. Like, that's where I would push back first is, please find me the verse where it says everybody was a descendant of the Nephilim. Because when you go to Genesis 6, where it talks about this, it doesn't say anything about all of the women of the earth being mated by angels. It says, let me put it up here. When people began to multiply on the face of the earth, or ground here, daughters were born to them. The sons of God saw that they were fair, and they took wives for themselves, all that they chose. So they're saying, listen, they chose wives. That means some of them weren't chosen. That's what it means to be chosen. To be a chosen wife means you're chosen and somebody else isn't. Then the Lord said, my spirit shall not abide in mortals forever, for they are flesh. Their days shall be 120 years. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, meaning after those days, after the flood, when the sons of God went into the daughters of humans who bore children to them. These were the heroes that were of old and warriors of renown, meaning there were some old warriors that were really well known. Not everybody was one of these warriors. That would seem to be the case. Now, there is a theory that Noah had Nephilim blood going through the family via the women, because we don't really believe the way the Nephilim story pans out that the women manifested as giants, only the men manifested as giants, kind of like Gilgamesh. So there is a case to be made that maybe one of the daughters married to Noah's sons had Nephilim blood. All right, last super chat before we get Creed in here. Juiced Vandenover, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, question about John 3. It hardly ever comes up, but I heard this story only works in Greek and not at all in Aramaic. Thoughts? Well, John 3 is an entire chapter, so I'm not entirely sure which part you're referring to. Let me see if there's something in here that stands out. Like John 3 is famously the passage about Nicodemus, but let me see if there's something else in here. There's also Jesus and John the Baptist doing the ministry. One who comes from heaven. If I had to guess, I assume you're referring to, there's got to be some Greek wordplay in John chapter 3. Let me see if I can find an article talking about this. We do find there's instances in the Bible where the wording would only work in a particular language. A classic example is Genesis. When it talks about the woman, it says that she will be called Isha because she was made from Ish. That's man and woman in biblical Hebrew. Ish and Isha. Isha is just the feminine form of Ish. Well, that would only work it wouldn't work in Greek. It wouldn't work in Akkadian. It would really only work in biblical Hebrew. And it's not entirely clear if it would, how well it would even work in biblical Hebrew, but it definitely only works in this method for this variant of biblical Hebrew. But nevertheless, I'm curious if this is what's happening. Let me see what we can find here. It looks like there is some wordplay here on from above and lifted up and spirit in the Greek text, but I don't really know. Without reading deeper into this, I don't really know what the wordplay, like what the hidden message is. That's the point behind these wordplays, is to have some kind of, divine gnosis, some hidden message. But I don't really see anything offhand here. This is definitely a topic where I would have to get back to you on that one. If there's some wordplay happening here in John 3 that only works in Greek and not in Aramaic, I'd be interested to know it. But to be fair, you got to remember, there's a lot of stuff in the New Testament there's like a lot of play on words that would really only work in Greek, and John is kind of full of that kind of stuff. If you go to John chapter 1, there's some stuff in John chapter 1 that you wouldn't catch it in Aramaic. So, for example, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Well, when we hear word like logos in Greek, like there's a very definitive meaning to this in biblical Greek that you wouldn't capture in Aramaic. Aramaic had different words to describe this, and sometimes it wouldn't even be an exact thing. It's like between the Aramaic period, like the original Aramaic period through the Babylonians to what we get now. The term logos seems to be borrowed from the Greco-Roman world, or really the world of Greeks, rather than the Aramaic word. So yeah, I got to be honest, without more information, I don't know if I could help you on this particular inquiry, because you have an entire chapter worth of data. If there's a wordplay, I'll need to know which verse the wordplay is in, and I'd have to actually look it up in Greek to see where the wordplay is found. I don't know if it's reasonable to read an entire chapter hoping to find a wordplay. I think you'd probably waste a good 2 or 3 hours searching through it in Greek to figure it out. So it's not the best platform for doing that. But if you know the exact verse where it shows up, send it to me. We'll look into it. All right, we're going to get Creed in here. Maybe. I tried to get Creed in here, and Creed just dropped. Creed, what happened, my man? Okay. Well, Creed, if you get time, come on back, man. Oh, there he is. Try it again. Welcome, Creed.
Sorry, I don't know. So I accidentally closed the tab on my phone on accident, and it cut me off.
Oh, that's all right. What's on your mind, bud?
I just had a question. So you know how in the early Gospels, it seems like Jesus Christ is set to come back like really soon.
Yeah.
Does it seem like the later books of the New Testament sort of start to retcon that, like in the Book of Acts on those?
So I find like the book of Luke, Acts, it tries to rewrite this idea that the end is imminent. It seems to be like hedging on this idea of, no, the end won't come until the gospel has reached all nations, right? So like it's going to be soon, but don't look for it right now. It's like, even in Luke, we find the passage where it says that, when the kingdom, you won't look over here and say, there's the kingdom over there, or there's the kingdom over here. It's actually already in your midst. It's already among you. It's already inside of you. And so Luke is kind of like rephrasing this idea of what it means for the kingdom of God to come. And Luke is trying to say, actually, in a way, it's already come, which would like be in agreement with what we find in 2 Thessalonians, although with the wrong type of agreement. In 2 Thessalonians, it's really interesting because Paul is addressing people who are like, hey, what's this deal with the coming judgment? How come it hasn't come yet? And he says, some of you are even arguing about saying that it has already come. I think is it chapter 3 or 4 where it talks about this. Give me a second. I'm in chapter 2. Let's see. As to the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ and our being gathered together to him, we beg you, brothers and sisters, not to be quickly shaken in mind or alarmed, either by spirit or by word or by letter, as though from us, to the effect that the day of the Lord is already here. So Paul's writing to the Thessalonians in his second letter saying, hey, if someone's already telling you that the time is of the second coming is already happened or is happening right now, let no one deceive you in that way, for that day will not come unless the rebellion comes first and the lawless one is revealed, and the one destined for destruction. So this is written later in Paul's ministry. 1 Thessalonians is written at the beginning of Paul's ministry. So now you've got a really cool situation where you've got a letter written early and a letter written late. And even in one of Paul's later letters, he's trying to like temper people's expectations, even though in the first letter, if you go to chapter 4 of the first letter, he's talking like it's about to happen imminently. He says, since we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so through Jesus, God will bring with him those who have died. For this we declare to you by the word of the Lord, that we who are alive and who are left until the coming of our Lord will by no means precede those who have died. So they're like, hey, listen, we're kind of expecting him to show up in our lifetime, at least at this part in the ministry. When we get to later parts, like in Luke, Acts, it's a completely different story. They're trying to have a more vague, fulfillment of the kingdom coming, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because I just noticed that when you get like later on, look at Acts has like really weird moments where it feels like they're just trying to say, "Oh, and then not right now, guys. Just wait a little bit longer. You'll be very soon."
Well, Second Peter as well. If you go to, and obviously, nobody really thinks Second Peter was Second Peter, but if you go to Second Peter 3, there's this really interesting passage where it's like you can only read it by assuming that these people were like, "Hey, what the fuck gives? Have we been lied to?" So it says, "This now, beloved, the second letter I'm writing to you. In them, I'm trying to arouse your sincere intention by reminding you that you should remember the words spoken in the past by the holy prophets and the commandments of the Lord and Savior spoken through your apostles. First of all, you must understand this. In the last days, scoffers will come, scoffing and indulging in their own lust, saying, where is the promise of this coming? Forever since our ancestors died, all things continue as they were from the beginning of creation." They live deliberately. So, like, even in Second Peter, people are like, "Hey, when's this second coming actually going to happen?" And so later on in the Gospels, we see, not the Gospels, but the New Testament, we see all these indications that people are confused. Why? Why has Jesus not come back yet? And there's no good reason for it.
Yeah, and before I go, this is what made me an atheist. This topic right here, because it was so embarrassing to me to read like Matthew 16, where he talks about how like he goes all in the detail about what's going to happen, and it's like he literally lied to those people. Either he lied or didn't know what he was talking about. So it's kind of embarrassing.
Yeah, it's hard to overlook too, and you've read through it, Creed. But like in the book, Jesus clearly says, "I'm coming back within your lifetime," and then later on in the book, people are like, "Hey, why isn't he coming yet? What gives?" Well, like, you could only take that one way. If Jesus was real, he was telling people he was coming back imminently, right?
Well, it didn't make any sense because, like, if you think about it, he'd already appointed the 12 apostles as like rulers. Like, why would you wait for all the people to die out before you come back? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's a great point. Yeah, because he says to the 12 disciples that you'll be ruling and reigning with me over the 12 tribes of Israel. Like, well, like, why would he tell that to his disciples if he actually meant you're going to die for thousands of years and then rule and reign over them? Like, what a nonsensical thing to say.
It's like one more thing. I noticed that the book of Revelation seems to be under the assumption that when Jesus comes back, the 12 tribes will still be a thing.
Yes, actually, that is a really good point because even in like Orthodox Judaism, there's this belief, because it's kind of unavoidable, that when the Messiah comes and the Messianic age commences, all the other tribes, the ones that are missing, like the ones that are, the 10 lost tribes, as they call, they're going to be rounded up and brought back to the land. So like, I don't know how that's going to work out either in Jewish or Christian eschatology, because like they're gone. They're not coming back. They don't exist.
Yeah, it's just weird. I'll just one of those. I could just kind of tell less reading for a while. Like, yeah, this was not intended for my generation, like at all. It was intended for people who were long dead.
Yeah, it's a really interesting thing. If you're reading this book without Jesus goggles, it reads just like an old religious book that made lots of predictions that didn't come true, just like the Quran, just like the Babylonian writings, just like everything else. It's not sacred, it's not holy, it's not perfect. It's just a bunch of people creating mythology and superstitions.
Okay. Well, it's good talking to you, Justin.
Hey, good to hear from you, buddy. Hope you're doing well.
Okay.
Cheers. Creed goes back on the channel way back. He's been watching for a long time. When Creed and I first started chatting, he was still in the believer camp, and it sounds like he's converted, at least now for 6 months, over to the dark side. And it sounds like he is as he's studying, he's reinforcing his opinion that this book doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and I'm in agreement. Thank you for the 10-pound super chat from Jinx. It says, Justin, what is your personal take on how good and logical Hinduism and Buddhism are? I know you're an atheist, but I think I remember you talking about them. I want to remember what specifically and why. Okay, so here's kind of my view. So I don't know a ton about Hinduism. What I do know is that Hinduism has like the one thing that I think Hinduism is dangerous for is like creating the caste system. Like this kind of idea that like your lot in life, the thing that you're born into is because of like your past life, because obviously they believe in past life regression, you know, reincarnation, things like that. So I don't love the caste system. Outside of the caste system, I don't know of anything in the teaching that is like super detrimental. But again, my depth of knowledge is super limited. Most of the Indians I knew were kind people. I mean, the ones that were actually practicing Hindus. They were kind people. They believed in doing good. They didn't believe in harming animals. A lot of them were vegetarians. So for me, based on my limited personal experience, it seems like Hinduism doesn't have as many flaws as the Abrahamic religions. And I think polytheism makes more sense than monotheism, to be fair. Now, when it comes to Buddhism, I think of all the religions, Buddhism makes the most sense. They don't believe in any gods. They do believe in some spirit type of world. Some of them believe in reincarnation. Some of them don't seem to believe in reincarnation. Some of them, you know, there's various different beliefs within Buddhism, but the tenets of Buddhism typically I kind of like. So they believe in like living super humbly, like the desire of things is like one of the roots of evil, essentially, which I can get behind. They believe that a lot of the suffering is caused by desire. So they believe in like not wanting to obtain wealth, not wanting to, basically they're anti-capitalist. But they also, if you look at like their various, like what do we call them, like their path to enlightenment, maybe. I don't know what they call it. I'm sure they don't call it that. But like if you look at like here's like the roadmap in Buddhism to becoming enlightened or reaching nirvana, a lot of them are really good. Like so, for example, if I remember, like they've got ethical teachings like lying, mindful awareness, like meditation, no gossip, no verbally abusing people. And there's others. If you, in fact, give me a second. I think there are 7 tenets of Buddhism. Let me grab them real quick. Let's see. I thought there were 7. I could be wrong. 7 tenets of Buddhism. If there's more than 7, I got them wrong. It says the 7 factors of awakening. Maybe there was 7. Are mindfulness, investigation. They've got one called energy. And then joy, tranquility, concentration, and equanimity. A state of mental neutrality and peace, blah, 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 blah. The ability to focus, blah, blah, blah. Calmness, sense of blah, blah, blah. Applied effort and persistence, analyzing the nature. Anyways, yeah, like if again, I don't know that much about Buddhism or Hinduism, but of them, I think Buddhism might be my favorite. I've known quite a few atheists that have become Buddhists after leaving one of the Abrahamic religions, and you can see why. It makes sense to practice some form of mindfulness, even if you like reject God, but you believe in like an afterlife. Buddhism is one possible avenue for you. Hope that answers your question. I apologize. I wish I knew more about like the inner workings of either of these two religions, and I just haven't had time to really dig into them. T-Maz, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, are you open to debating popular apologists in formal in-person debates? I think that would help with reaching more people and growing your channel. I am, and I think the question is how to do it. So going on modern day debates, I think is fine, but like most of the popular apologists aren't going on there. Maybe IP is the only guy that goes on there that I know of that's a popular apologist. So like maybe debating him on modern day debate would be fun. But I am working right now with Jimmy on the line. He's putting together a new channel where they're trying to bring together big names in like the atheist community and big names in the apologetic community to do formal debates. I've already agreed to do some formal debates for Jimmy on his new channel. So that's going to be coming up. So basically they already have me on a ticket, and they're looking right now for a big name apologist to come and debate me. He's also going to set up a roundtable similar to what Jubilee does, and they're gonna have like, you know, a 5-on-1 or a 10-on-1 with me doing the hot seat. So yes, there will be some formal debates coming, and it looks like the first of them will probably be on Jimmy's new channel, one of the new channels from the line. So look forward to that. And Amir says, I find the idea of soul to be at the crux of much of the grip of the religious have on society. What is it? What's in it? What part of me are not in it? I don't. You'd have to help me out a little bit, Amir. I don't know what you mean by soul to be. This is. Let me see if I can make some sense of this. The idea of soul to be. Let me just Google that. What does the phrase soul to be mean? You guys know what this means? Anyone in the comments know what soul to be means? A soul that will exist. It says the phrase soul to be isn't a standard technical term. Okay. Development of identity, maybe? Literary, yeah, Google doesn't know either. Amir, my friend, I love you. I have no idea what you're asking. There's a follow-up super chat, though. Maybe it'll help. It says, are the forms of soul that go to heaven and hell the same? Like, if I go to hell, would it be the same form of me that would have gone to heaven? So silly. Fair point. Okay, I think I understand your question. So, actually, there's another follow-up. Sorry, it's a 3-part question. Whatever part of you would go to heaven can't be the same thing as what would go to hell. Or do your memories go to both? Do you retain memories in both? Okay, so my understanding of the Christian doctrine, if we're talking about Christianity, Amir, is that when you die, your body and soul sleeps in the ground or in Sheol. And then it gets resurrected at the end, and your body is renewed. You have a soul and a body that gets renewed. However, if you go to hell, your soul and your body goes to hell and is annihilated in hell most likely. Either that or your body is annihilated and your soul stays in the hellfire. It's hard to say, because the Bible is contradictory. The Bible doesn't give you a solid answer on whether or not you are tormented in hellfire eternally, or if in fact you're eventually annihilated. So I am not entirely sure what the exact answer to your question would be, but that's what I would say. And Gary says, you're brilliant. Take my money. Go Sabres. Well, thank you, Gary. I really appreciate that. And you're brilliant for being here and supporting the channel. And Captain Hammer says, thanks for doing what you do. Well, thank you for supporting Captain Hammer. I really appreciate that, friend. And Matthew, good to see you as well. Thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, Hebrew tonight. Are you teaching, practicing, etc.? I'm practicing, actually taking modern Hebrew. So some people might know, when I was in seminary and Bible college, I took classical Hebrew, and it's when you take it in Bible college or seminary, the emphasis is on reading. You don't do a whole lot of pronouncing or speaking Hebrew or conversing with other people in Hebrew. So I'm taking modern Hebrew to help build my vocabulary and also to make it so that I'm better at speaking Hebrew and I can actually converse with people in Hebrew. That is a really powerful tool to not just be able to read Hebrew, but also be able to speak it effectively. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm taking modern Hebrew, not biblical Hebrew, so I can get better at speaking it and build up my vocabulary so I can read the Hebrew Bible more coherently as well, because it's been at least 15 years since I was in seminary. I've forgotten a lot of my vocabulary. This is going to help build it back up again. And Milf Wrangler, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, what determines whether or not a text gets canonized? Great question. So when it comes to the Christians, they had councils. So early on, the Christians noticed that there was a problem, and that is we had all these texts, and nobody could agree on what was authoritative. So one of the first things that Constantine did was he issued these ecumenical councils to say, hey, we need to we got to start pinning down what our official doctrines and what are our official books. And so the very early ecumenical councils went to work on trying to figure out what those are. There were some sources early on in Judaism that attempted to explain or to give a list of canonized works. If I remember, Philo and Josephus were two early ones. Let's see. I thought Philo listed a number of books that were authoritative, if I remember correctly. Let me see if I can get the quote. Philo does say that the Pentateuch is divinely inspired. He does quote from it excessively, but does he give an actual canon? I don't think he does. No, he does not. Okay, so my understanding is the earliest Jewish canon comes after the school at Jamnia. This is after Jesus already died. Had a number of councils trying to nail down what they thought the official Jewish canon was. So the Jews and the Christians didn't have a canon until after Jesus. That's why it was so difficult to stop the spread of like heretical Jewish sects. Because if you were a part of the Essenes, you had other texts that you thought were authoritative. If you were part of the Christian movement, you have other texts that you thought were authoritative. If you were a Galilean at certain points in history, or if you were a Samaritan, you only held that the Pentateuch was authoritative. The Sadducees, who were from the north, didn't even believe in the prophets or the Psalms. They only treated the Torah as authoritative. So in Jesus' time period, there was no such thing as an official canon. It wasn't until after Jesus already died that the Jews were like, we need to pin this down. And the Christians, sometime shortly after that, started to do much of the same. Steve, thank you for the super chat, says, what does the Old Testament say about men having sex before marriage? Not fucking much. Basically, if you boink a woman outside of marriage, it's kind of incumbent on you to marry her. And so, for example, when we get to Deuteronomy 22, the emphasis on sex is less about marriage, like less about whether or not you can have premarital sex, and much more about who can you boink and when can you boink them. And there's not really a restriction premaritally. It's just kind of expected that you wouldn't, based on the law codes of the ancient world. But in Deuteronomy 22, we have an interesting law. It says if a man meets a virgin, so she's not engaged, it says, and seizes her and lies with her, and they are discovered, the man who lay with her shall give 50 shekels of silver to the young woman's father, and she shall become his wife because he violated her. He shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. Easy. Okay. So if you even rape a poor young woman, then like she's going to become your wife. You pay the bride price, she becomes your wife, and you're not permitted to divorce her. Now, there's another one in Exodus that talks about seduction, and I forget if it's like chapter 21 or 22. Let me see. I bet it's listed here. Yeah, Exodus 22. Which is a little bit similar. When a man seduces a virgin who is not engaged to be married and lies with her, he shall give the bride price for her and make her his wife. That's it. Like that's the whole shtick. There's another one that shows up in Leviticus. Was it Leviticus 23 or 22? Let me check. Festivals, offerings, festivals, festival of trumpets, Day of Atonement. It might be 27. It talks about sleeping with a man's slave. If you take the virginity of another man's slave. Give me a second. I got it written. I got it on a sheet here. Actually, give me a second. Blah 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 blah. I've got it in one of my notes. Leviticus 19 is what I was looking for. I don't know why I was thinking in chapter one of these other ones. All right, Genesis 19:20. It says, if a man has sexual relations with a woman who is a slave designated for another man, but not ransomed or given her freedom, an inquiry will be held. They shall not put the man to death, since he has not been freed, but he shall bring a guilt offering for himself to the Lord at the entrance of the tent of meeting, a ram as a guilt offering, and the priest shall make atonement for him with a ram, so on and so forth, because he sinned. So if you take the virginity of another man's slave, there's restitution to be paid because that virginity is belonging to the slave owner, which is why in Exodus 21, you can buy a slave girl in Boinker. Pedro, thank you for the super chat. So I forgot to thank you for the Euro-friendly schedule. It was an amazing birthday present. Also, praise his rockiness, Doug. Well, thank you, Pedro. I really appreciate that. Huge W. And yeah, I've got Hebrew class on Tuesdays, and I couldn't go live on Monday, and I can't go live this weekend, and I didn't do a Q&A at all this month. So like I got to find a time to do a Q&A this month still yet. And this seemed to be about the only time I could do it. When I'm done, though, I think Ian is going to be live later today. So when I'm done, I'm probably going to send everybody over to Ian's place. But all right, I'm going to grab a guest from the YouTube queue, Bacon and Bush, and then I'm going to grab somebody from our TikTok queue. Let's get Bacon in here. Welcome in, Bacon.
How's it going?
Hey, not too bad. How are you?
I'm doing all right. So I guess I'll just ask the questions.
Sure.
So John 1:1 ends with the Word was God, right?
Sure.
So I was raised a Jehovah's Witness. It's been 30 years since I left, but I guess it's weird because just like Sunday, your co-host, I think, on the line was saying he was bringing up some points that I thought were weird that I just assumed was correct.
Okay.
So the New World Translation and a big part of Jehovah's Witnesses believes that they removed the A from the word was God. So it should say the word was a God.
Yeah.
And then there's another part of the Bible where it says, talking about the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and it says these three are one in the King James Version. And they say that that was added.
Yes.
Around when the King James. So I was just wondering if there's any validity to that statement.
Okay. So yes and no. Let's do the first one first. So in John 1, this is the one thing that I think the JWs did a really good job at, and most Christian scholars actually agree with this. Also, welcome in everybody from the Mezzo Raid. We're just doing a Q&A today. In John 1:1, you'll notice a couple of interesting things. So it talks about the word, which is ha-logos or ha-logos, depending on your pronunciation. And it says that the word was with pantheon. Now, this is an accusative way to put a definite article on top of God. So it's just saying the God, meaning like the God, like God the Father. So the problem with theos is it could be translated as God, it could be translated as divine, it could be translated as divinity, it could be translated as godness. There's lots of ways to translate theos. When you have the definite article, meaning the God, we know what it's talking about. It's talking about the monotheistic high God. But what's interesting is the second usage, it just says, and theos en halagos, meaning God was the word. I think most likely the New World Translation is correct here. It should more properly be translated as divine was the word, meaning the word was of some the logos was of some divine substance that is godlike. Just like in biblical Hebrew, we've got words that sometimes can give you what's the word I'm looking for? Okay, so in biblical Hebrew, Elohim could refer to something that is of a divine nature, but not God, even though it is also a proper name for God in some instances. So like when King Saul has Solomon revived in the afterlife from the Witch of Endor, he says, I saw somebody, I saw an entity that was an Elohim. Same thing when Jacob wrestles with the angel. It actually says it's Elohim. Hosea later says that it was an angel. So we have a lot of good background in biblical Hebrew and also grammatically in the Greek to suggest that what's happening here is it's suggesting that the Logos is of God, not that it is God. And so I'm going to agree actually with the New World Translation on this one. And I think even if I check out the newest, let me see what the NRSV updated edition says. I'm curious what it says here. What about the NABRE? Did they update yet? I think there are other Bibles other than the New World Translation that are starting to talk about this. All right, let me see what the NABRE. No, NABRE still says that the word was God. What about? I wonder if the Net Bible has notes on this. Let me check my Net Bible with full notes to see if they do a write up. The Net Bible with full notes is really good if you want to get into the translation discussions, because they'll kind of give you their reasoning for why they translated it in certain ways. Now, I don't always agree with why they translated it, because sometimes they will translate it strictly to adhere to doctrinal reasons, but it's nice to at least see what they're saying here. So let's see what it says in their notes. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. What God was the word? The rule is often invoked to support the translation of theos as definite God rather than indefinite a God here. However, Caldwell's rule merely permits but does not demand that a predicate nominative ahead of an equative verb be translated as definite rather than indefinite. Furthermore, Caldwell's rule did not deal with a third possibility that the anarthrous predicate noun may have a more qualitative nuance when placed ahead of a verb, which is what we're saying. So most scholars right now are saying there's actually a nuance here. It's a qualitative nuance, saying that God here is qualitative, not an identity, meaning it's of divine substance, divine status. So yeah, it's a huge thing. I would say this. I do believe, if I remember correctly, I think one of the popular creators right now talking about this is Dan McClellan, and I think he's probably made multiple videos on this at this point. And I've read quite a few commentaries on John 1:1, and most people seem to agree that it's perfectly viable as a translation to say either that the word was a God, or to say that the word was divine. I think those are fair translations either way. Now, your other question, sorry, that was a long answer. Your other question is going to be on John, on the three that bear witness in heaven, the Trinitarian statement. That's John chapter 5:7, if I remember correctly. Am
I can't remember. I didn't think to look it up.
That's fine. So
it's been a while since I...
That's okay. So that particular statement, the first time we see of that in any Greek text is like medieval, like Desiderius Erasmus. So there's this interesting thing. In fact, let me get you the papyrus that actually mentions it first. I have it written down on like a blog article that I wrote like 10 years ago. Give me 1 second. Damn, I can't type today. All right, that should be loading. John 5:7. All right, so yeah, the Codex Montefornitis. There we go. Holy shit. Was the earliest manuscript we have with this quotation, and this is from 1520. We don't have any early manuscripts that have the Johannine Comma, or that's what we refer to it typically. Now, some people will say, well, like, it's possible that like it existed, but we just don't have copies of it because there was like one or two early church fathers that vaguely reference it, but like they don't quote it. It's just like a vague allusion. It's not really clear that they understood it to be an actual text that exists. But yeah, the earliest manuscript we have of this comes from 1520. There's no good reason to believe that this was ever part of the early manuscripts at all.
Well, that's kind of the Trinity kind of hinges on those, right?
Yeah, it does actually.
Okay,
In fact, if you go to, let me open up the Net Bible. I'm going to go to John 5:7. I bet they've got a hefty footnote on this one. Give me a second to see if there's a footnote. Yeah. All right, give me a second. Interesting. So the online version of the Net Bible doesn't actually have a footnote on John 5:7, which is crazy because I bet in the print version, I bet there's a gigantic footnote on John 5:7. Sorry, I'm dragging this one out. I'm just trying to be exhaustive here. So yeah, let's see, John 5:7. I'm going to assume there's a whole bunch of stuff on John 5:7 here. Pages are so thin. There we go. As John 5:7 says, the sick man answered him, "Sir, I have no one to blah 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 blah." So, I want first. Hold on. Does I mean John 5:7 or 1 John 5:7? Sorry, 1 John 5:7. I don't know why I turned to John 5:7. Oop, there we go. There we go. 1 John 5 and 7, I bet is not even in here. I've got verse 6 and 7 says, "For there are three that testify," and then that's it. The rest of it's cut. So it goes right into verse 8. "For there are three that testify, the Spirit and the water and the blood, and these three are in agreement." And there's obviously a footnote for this. J and K says, oh, it's a huge footnote, like a half a page. Yep, it says the same thing I said. It doesn't show up until we get an edition of the Textus Receptus that was based on that one manuscript from 1520. So
Okay. Well, when I was like between 15 and 19, I was a regular pioneer and auxiliary pioneer. I was one of the people who ruined your breakfast. But it's nice to know that there are some things that I was saying that weren't complete BS.
Yeah. There's interesting here. It says the next oldest manuscript on behalf of the Johannine Comma is interesting. An 11th century manuscript that also has the reading, but it's in a marginal note. So they're saying that there is one older manuscript that has the comma written in it, but it's actually just a marginal note. Somebody wrote it in, and it was later then placed into a manuscript, meaning somebody thought it should be there, and they wrote it into the margins, but it doesn't actually exist in any of the early manuscripts.
So it's arguable, I suppose, depending on which position you want to take. But
well,
okay.
it's I don't think it's arguable in that it was original. I think it's arguable as to which is the earliest manuscript. If we include the marginal note, it might be as early as the 11th century.
Which is still a little late.
Yeah, it really is.
So thank you for that. The next question was another one that was a big sticking point. And this is what was talked about Sunday. Did Jesus die? Do we have any real knowledge, biblically, of whether Jesus died on a stake or a cross? Because Jehovah's Witnesses fervently believe that it was a stake. And I mean, death on a stick is death on a stick, but for some reason it's a big deal. So is there anything to...
Yeah. If you go to Sanhedrin 43a, we've got a writing from the Jewish people about the death of Jesus, and they say that he was stoned on the eve of Passover, and then he was placed on a stick. In fact, let me grab it real quick. I'll put it up. All right, I got it right here. We'll put it on the screen. So they're saying why did it just do that? There you go. On Passover Eve, they hung the corpse of Jesus the Nazarene. After they killed him by way of stoning, a crier went out before him for 40 days, publicly proclaiming Jesus the Nazarene is going to be stoned because he practiced sorcery, incited the people to idol worship, and led the Jewish people astray. Anyone who knows of a reason to acquit him should come forward and teach it on his behalf, and the court did not find a reason to acquit him. And so they stoned him and hung his corpse on Passover Eve. Now, it's not, in some translations, they'll say they hung him up on a pole. We know that this certainly was a popular way to do it. If the Romans did it, they probably did it crucifixion style like this. If the Jews did it, they could have done it either way. They could have done it on a pole, which was pretty customary.
Okay. So, but that's really just a matter of what you choose to believe then, I suppose.
A little bit, yeah. It depends
Well,
on
if you assume that the Romans did it, and
Right.
if that was the Romans' way of doing it, then it makes sense that it would be a cross then. Am I
yeah.
understanding you correctly?
Yeah, so they did impale people. To be true, they did impale people, but it's different. So the
Well, you're not going to
crucifix,
be nailed to the thing you're getting impaled by, right? Or,
yeah,
or
okay.
am I misunderstanding what I'm
So
feeling?
there are two methods. So in the ancient world, is even in Rome, they typically would crucify people. That was like your standard capital punishment. There were cases where they would impale people, and my understanding was Nero made use of this. In fact, let me double check that. Let's see. I thought Nero was impaling Christians. Give me a second. According to Tacitus, yep, yeah. Well, yeah. So according to Tacitus, Nero hung Christians up on poles and lit them as torches. Traditionally, it's been interpreted that they were impaled, not crucified, when they were used as torches. But I bet there's probably some wiggle room in how they were turned into torches. We do know that prior to the Romans, there were cultures that made heavy use of impaling, like the Persians. The Persians were really, and the Assyrians were really well known for literally just impaling you on a stake from butt to mouth, straight through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But I mean, if you're going to believe the Bible at all, or if you're going to use the Bible as a reference for how it happened, you wouldn't assume he was impaled and lit on fire
True.
unless.
Yeah, if the Bible is true, Jesus was obviously crucified, not impaled.
And I'm not really talking about whether the Bible's true or not, but whether I understand, I understand whether what the Bible's saying happened.
Yeah.
And so my question was just because for some reason, the Jehovah's Witnesses, the big thing was it was a stake, it wasn't a cross. And I just always thought that sticking point was really odd. Because outside of the Catholics liking to wear the cross, I didn't see what difference it really made. So I was just kind of curious if they were correct enough that distinction mattered.
I don't know if they're correct or that it matters. Whether he was crucified or whether or not he was impaled, I think is irrelevant. But like if we're just using the Bible as the guide, he obviously was crucified because there were holes in his hands, which were from the nails. You know what I mean?
Okay, so I guess that they thought that his hands were nailed together above his head, and his feet were nailed together below him.
Oh, you mean rather than like this, he was like this?
Yes.
Well,
exactly.
The sign was above his head in the text.
The sign?
Yeah, they hung a sign above his head. If you go to John, was it John 19? They hang the sign above his head. It might be John 20. Give me a second. Let's see, where is... Oh, way too many notes. I gotta turn the notes off. Give me a second. Footnotes off. Okay. Yeah, so when they crucify him, they put the sign over his head. Okay, it's gotta be the next chapter. Like me, chapter 20. No, I was right. Yeah, he resurrects in 20, so it's got to be the very end of 19 then. The crucifixion. Yep. Yep. Blah 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 blah. Many of Jews. There we go. Pilate also had a notice written and fastened to the cross, which read, "Jesus, the Nazarene, King of the Jews." In fact, if let me grab the cross reference for 19, because I thought this shows up in another passage. It says it was above his head, but I don't actually see a cross reference. I know it shows up in the other Gospels, though. Give me a second.
Oh, so it's actually okay. Yeah, I wonder what I don't recall the cross being stated in the New World Translation. I know it was in the King James Version.
Yeah, I
So,
mean, obviously, you could waste some time looking at the Greek words to see if it actually says
oh yeah, no.
cross. That certainly is something that could be done. But again, it's a nonsensical thing to quibble about. I have no idea why anyone would find this to be a point of contention. Says in Matthew, it says above his head they put the charge against him, which read, "This is Jesus, King of the Jews." So if that's above his head, then I don't see, like, I guess his arms would be way up here, maybe. But that's, I don't know.
Or maybe it was hung above his hands and it wasn't literal. It doesn't matter to me as much. These are really big points for the Jehovah's Witnesses. Like I said, this is 30 years ago. They may have changed. They changed. They have to adapt because none of their shit comes true. But these are just two things that I always assumed were facts, and I was just curious because I like to know things that are right. So anyway.
Yeah, I don't fully know where they're getting the idea that it wasn't a cross. I assume, if I know anything about the JWs, it's because, like, there's the word that they use for cross could mean something other than that. Maybe it could be used for like a wood beam or a pole, and they're just saying, oh well, since it could be translated this way, maybe it is translated that way. But if you compare it to what we know from history, and what we know from the rest of the Bible, there's no good reason to believe that it was a pole. Like, it's like they found one interesting fact in the Greek language and then they just ran with it without checking with the rest of history.
I think more or less it's wanting to be distinct from all the other religions in these weird ways, so that because Jehovah's Witnesses obviously believe that they're the only religion, without question.
Yeah.
So they have to find stupid little points to be able to say, well, Catholics believe in the cross and the Trinity, so whatever.
Well, that's the whole shtick with Jehovah's Witnesses, is they have to be special or unique. That's why they make a big deal over the divine name being Jehovah, even though that's literally not the divine name. Like 5 minutes of study, they would know that like this is a scribal tradition where they're putting the vowels from Adonai on the word Yahweh, because they don't want you to pronounce Yahweh's name. They want you to pronounce Adonai. But if you're dumb and you don't know the scribal tradition, you could look at it and say, well, it looks like Jehovah. Well, that's because you don't know the scribal traditions, dummy.
Yeah. And I didn't know any of that stuff, but I repeated it.
It's okay.
All right, well, cool. I really appreciate your time.
Hey, thanks for coming in, buddy. Good to hear from you.
Right.
Cheers.
Have a good one.
W. Bush. The JWs are interesting. I would say this. They are at least like they're morphing. Like their doctrines are changing. Like they're trying to keep up with stuff, which is interesting, rather than just saying, well, this is what we decided in 1844 and we're going to stick with it forever. Elteen, thank you for the $50 super chat, friends. Says, hey, DZ, are there a lot or any Isaiah 53 references in the New Testament? I don't remember you approaching that passage from the New Testament in your debates very often, and I was wondering how you'd respond to New Testament Isaiah 53 quotes. Well, typically, so like there's one in Acts that's really popular when it talks about the eunuch, the Ethiopian eunuch. Is that Acts chapter 8? Give me a second. I believe it's Acts 8. Saul begins to persecute the church. Philip preaches in Samaria. Oh, fuck, it is. Yeah, we got it. Sometimes my memory works, y'all. All right, Philip and the Ethiopian eunuch. Then the angel of the Lord said to Philip, get up and go south on the road that goes down from Jerusalem to Gaza. That is a desert road. So he got up and went. There he met an Ethiopian eunuch, a court official of Cadence, queen of Ethiopians, who was in charge of her treasury. He had come to Jerusalem to worship and was returning home, sitting in his chariot, reading the prophet Isaiah. Then the Spirit said to Philip, go over to join this chariot. So Philip ran over to it and heard the man reading the prophet Isaiah and asked him, do you understand what you're reading? The man replied, how in the world can I understand unless someone guides me? So he invited Philip to come up and sit with him. Now the passage of scripture the man was reading was this: he was led like a sheep to the slaughter, like a lamb before its shearers is silent, so he did not open his mouth. In humiliation, justice was taken from him. Who can describe his posterity? For his life was taken away from the earth. Then the eunuch said to Philip, please tell me, who is the prophet saying this about, himself or someone else? So Philip started speaking, beginning with the scripture, proclaiming the good news about Jesus to him. Now it was there, and so he gets baptized. So this is the most popular rendition of why Isaiah 53 is relevant to Jesus. It does show up there in the New Testament. However, it does show up elsewhere, and I've got it documented on the deconstruction cheat sheet under JC Prophecies. It's also mentioned in Matthew chapter 8, verse 17. Give me a second. It's also mentioned. Let's see. I'll do Matthew 8:17 while I've got the browser open still. So in Matthew 8:17 it says, "This was in this way what was spoken by the prophet Isaiah was fulfilled. He took our weaknesses and carried our diseases." So there's one reference. And then the other reference is in 11:2 through 6. Which says, "Now when John heard in prison about the deeds that Christ had done, he sent his disciples to ask a question, 'Are you the one who is to come, or should we look for another?' And Jesus said to him, 'Go tell John what you hear and see. The blind see, the lame walk, leopards are cleansed, the deaf hear, the dead are raised, and the poor have good news proclaimed to them, and blessed is anyone who takes no offense of me.'" Now, this could be a reference to Isaiah 53. I personally think it's a reference to Isaiah 35, which is another thing. But there is one other reference to Isaiah 53, I thought. Give me a second to see if I can find it. At least I thought there was another reference to Isaiah 53. Yeah, John 12:37 and 38. Okay. 38. There we go. "Although Jesus had performed so many miraculous signs before them, they still refused to believe him, so that the word of the prophet Isaiah would be fulfilled. He said, 'Lord, who has believed our message, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed?'" So they're saying, John is saying that this is Isaiah 53 being revealed. People not believing Jesus' message is fulfilling a non-prophecy from Isaiah 53 verse 1, which is pretty crazy, actually. So that's where that comes from. I hope that helps, my friend. Other than that, there's really not mention of Isaiah 53 in the New Testament. There's just a couple mentions. You would think that it would come up more, since it's literally their favorite prophecy of Jesus. And Glitterlock, thank you for the super chat, says, "This is my first time hearing Creed refer to themselves as an atheist. I may be behind. I hope you know how instrumental you likely were in that. Incredible." Well, thank you, Glitter. And I've kept up with Creed a little bit offline in dialogue, and what a joy to see a young person engaging critically in the text and coming to the logical conclusions. You know, the ones that you really, if you're rational, you can only come to, unless you're doing mind games and doing mental gymnastics. All right, last super chat. I'm going to get Elizabeth in here. Sheriff Slug, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, "Was taking notes on the love thy neighbor quote from Jesus. From my understanding of reading the text of the Old Testament and New Testament, it doesn't seem like authors of the Bible use neighbor as we do today." Rock hard for Doug. Sheriff, you are correct. So basically the situation is, in Leviticus 19:18, it uses the word Rhea in Hebrew to refer to your neighbor. It's interesting, the same word is used to refer to Absalom as a member of the household in 2 Samuel 12 that's going to wage war. So a Rhea is just somebody who is near to you, either through family relationship or through proximity, like someone who lives by you or one of your countrymen. It's just somebody who is close to you in some way. It's not anybody. It can't just be anybody randomly. So in the Bible, when it says love your neighbor as yourself, it obviously is excluding foreigners and people who couldn't be your neighbors, like slaves. Slaves had a separate classification than free people, so they weren't your neighbor. Especially if they were slaves of a foreign nation, they absolutely weren't your neighbor. So this idea of, love your neighbor as yourself, the reason why it's compatible with slavery, mentioned 6 chapters later, is because everybody wasn't your neighbor. Now, Jesus does try to take a little bit further and say, no. These Samaritans, they are your neighbor. And you could even make the argument that he thought, like, anyone who becomes a Christian or is doing the work of God becomes your neighbor. But that's still not everybody. That's still only people that are, like, part of the cult. So it's very difficult to get to a point with the Bible and still think that everybody is your neighbor. It's not really a thing that you're going to find in the Bible. All right, let's get Elizabeth in here and get some questions. Elizabeth, welcome in.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I was actually in the middle of watching one of your streams offline when you jumped on, and I was like, oh, I need to switch over to the live. So I paused one and jumped over to the live.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah, absolutely. I use your streams as my way to get ammunition for when I run into people from the old church that I used to go to, so that I know what to say when they question why I left my faith, and so that I now have my answers and I know how to answer back, and it gives me that. And so thank you for that. Thank you for giving me my answers.
Absolutely.
'Cause I now have that. And I'm not afraid. Because I was very afraid when I first deconstructed. I was very, very afraid. And
I think we all were.
Yeah, and I've definitely lost my fear after staying in the deconstruction community on TikTok and getting with all you guys. I have a couple of questions that I have not been able to get through, especially with my dad, who is a Talmudi. Most people do not know what that is. It is basically a very, very close to Jewish faith. It is not exactly Jewish, but it's very similar to Jewish. They practice all the Jewish ceremonies, and they do that, but they pick and choose some of the stuff that they don't like and threw it out.
Okay.
And we have fights over the slavery portions, over the fact that, well, it's okay because it was better than all the other cultures around there. And I hear you talk about how you understood the other cultures around there, and I figured you could give me some more information on that as far as understanding the other cultures. And then the other question I run into with him is on the Deuteronomy, I think it's 22, where the woman gets raped and she's forced to marry him. And he says, no, she doesn't even have to live with him. He's just forced to take care of her. And she should be grateful. And I'm like, I don't even know how to answer that and how to respond, because it seems evident that she's forced to marry him. It is a great, and it's even if they have sex, according to him. And I'm like, that's not what it says. That's not what it reads. So those two questions I can't get past.
Okay. So we'll start with the one about the laws. So I first got interested in this 15 or 20 years ago because I heard the same apologetic when I was in Bible college studying these laws. I heard the same nonsense. Well, they were progressive. Well, God was trying to bring them out of something progressively. In fact, even one of my Old Testament professors from Bible college, Eugene Carpenter, peace be upon him, wrote a very influential commentary, an evangelical commentary on Exodus. In fact, it's a 2-volume set. It's a large commentary. And in it, you'll find when it talks about slavery in the Hebrew Bible, especially in Exodus, he's like, well, they were still stuck in the old ways. He had to bring them out. So this is a very pervasive apologetic, but I'm going to tell you why it doesn't work. So the first problem is the Old Testament tells you to follow the laws forever. which means there is no progressivism. The other thing is these laws, if you just compare them to the other laws of the ancient Near East, they don't add up as being any different. In fact, I've got a copy. If you go to the deconstruction cheat sheet, if you have a copy of it, I've got a tab called Laws, where I've begun filling out the biblical laws by topic and then comparing them to other laws from the ancient Near East. So I've got the Hammurabi law code, Eshnuna, the Hittite, Middle Assyrian. The Gortine laws are Greek laws. We don't have to worry about those just yet. I got Sumerian, the laws of Ur-Nammu, Lapid-Ishtar, and I've begun adding the laws of Alalach, which is up in ancient Anatolia, and also the laws of the Middle Assyrian palace decrees, which are for managing the harem. And so you can go to this and see kind of the crossover. The most of the crossover so far has been working with the Code of Hammurabi. I've got a lot more left to do. But like, if you just look at like the comparison of laws, you'll discover that they're really not all that different from what the Bible is doing. So for example, if we do the Exodus 21, let me grab Exodus, and we're going to do 21 verse 2. Let me see if I got that in here. The one I'm looking for, Exodus 21:20, 21:26, 21 Middle Assyrian, Deuteronomy 20. Actually, Deuteronomy 22, the one we were just talking about, should be on this list by now as well. But give me a second. Or maybe I'll just do. Let's try this. This will pull up the Hammurabi. Here we go. Exodus 21:2. On row 5 and 4. If you buy a male Hebrew servant, 6 years he will serve, and the 7th year he go out free. But in the Code of Hammurabi, it says if a debt overtake a man and his wife sells, and he sells his wife, son, or daughter, or give them over to slavery, 3 years in the house of their buyer or master shall they serve. In the 4th they shall give them their freedom. And so you're like, oh, well, the Code of Hammurabi is actually more generous here, and it's more generous in the instances of divorce. For example, if you divorce a woman in the Hebrew Bible, you can just send her away. Nothing. You don't owe her a damn thing. But if that is the case in like the Hammurabi Law Code, typically there are provisions for the women. So let me see. To actually take, if they produce a son, you actually have to pledge to take care of them. Like there's a piece of the estate that goes to them to care for the woman. There you go. If a man wish to separate from a woman, this is Hammurabi 137, who has borne him children, or from his wife who has borne him children, then he shall give that wife her dowry and part of the fruit of the field, garden, and property, so that she can rear her children. When she has brought up her children, a portion of all that is given to the children, equal that of one son, shall be given to her. She may then marry the man of her heart. This is a direct contradiction and way more barbaric than the Bible. In the Bible, if you get divorced, you're typically not allowed to remarry. You're definitely not allowed to go back to your prior husband. And if your husband divorces you, he actually owes you restitution. But in the Bible, if a man divorces you, he owes you nothing. And in the Bible, you can't divorce your husband. Your husband has to divorce you. In the other law codes, a woman could ask for a divorce. And this is built into the marriage contracts even. So, all you have to do is read some of these ancient laws, and it'll be pretty apparent that the biblical laws actually aren't any better. They're roughly equivalent. And if you want to know what some of those laws are, I've been documenting them on the deconstruction cheat sheet, and I'll be continuing to add to them as we go.
Okay. I had a membership. My membership lapsed. I don't mind repaying for my membership. I could never get the cheat sheet to download for me.
It's not downloadable.
How to even open for me. Open for me.
You just need a web browser.
It kept telling me that it was like not available, is what it kept saying.
That's odd.
So
well, do me a favor. Shoot me an email sometime, and I'll send you a link to it. I could save a copy in PDF and send it to you. The only thing is, like, you won't get any updates. That's kind of the way it's set up right now. Is the people who have access to it will always you'll always get the new information. But I can certainly send you a PDF copy of it and then later down the road, if you want more, I can send you more.
I'll try again on the membership and see if I can't get it to download. I may try going through YouTube and try doing it that way and see if I can't get it to download on that side. So, okay, thanks.
Okay.
But I'll try
Best of luck to
again.
you. All right, cheers, friend.
Yeah, thank you. All right, thanks.
Yeah, the Code of Hammurabi, if there's one ancient Near Eastern law code that you're going to read, I definitely recommend reading the Code of Hammurabi. In fact, there's a book that I would highly recommend. I've got a copy of it actually over here within reach. That's got quite a few of the law codes. It's called Law Collections from Mesopotamia and Asia Minor by Martha Roth. Now, my cheat sheet will have more law codes eventually in it than this, and it'll have it laid out against the Bible. So that's certainly something that you can utilize to your gain. But also, there's one other book. These two books will have a little bit of crossover with the Bible. One's called Old Testament Parallels. A really good book. Laws and Stories from the Ancient Near East. So in here, he's got stories and laws from the Ancient Near East that mirror what we find in the Bible. So let me grab real quick the chapter on laws. So go page 97. There we go. So you'll find in here Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, and they'll find crossover with the Code of Ur-Nammu. And on the very next page, he'll list a couple of them. So he's got Exodus, Deuteronomy, Leviticus, so on and so forth, and he's comparing it to the Code of Ur-Nammu on the previous page. And so there's a little bit of crossover in this book. I can't say that it's exhaustive, but there are some Hammurabi and Hittite law codes and whatnot in here that he compares to the Bible. The other one is The Bible and Mesopotamia by Mark Chavalis and Lawson Younger. And they should have some legal crossovers in this one as well, but not a ton of them. One of the reasons why I wanted to make the spreadsheet is because there's not really a good exhaustive resource comparing the biblical laws with the other laws. Give me a second. I thought, where in the world is the table of contents in this book? Holy smokes. Surely it'd be towards the front of the book. I hate it when you've got to go like 30 pages to find. Okay. Let's see. Astrology, quest, Sumer, This one's going to be probably not quite as useful for the study of the laws because they're just scattered in various chapters. But this one will have some. And nevertheless, you guys know my motto. Just read the text yourself. Read the text firsthand rather than reading texts that talk about a text, you know? Andy, thank you for the super chat. Says, hey, Justin, any updates on the Cedar Forest stuff? Was looking forward to reading that. Rockhard Verdict. Well, thank you, Andy. I have to disappoint you on the Cedar Forest book, though. That is not going to be even worked on until I start my PhD work. So we're at least a year out before I even... we're a year out before I even start to get anything put together that could be published. But I would say this. Give me a second. Let me open up Pages on my Mac because I actually do have a start on it, by the way. I started this a long time ago. And I can tell you how much I've got done so far. Let me see. Where the hell is that thing? It should be saved in my cloud in Pages. And what did I call it? It should be this guy right here. And I've got quite a bit of it already kind of outlined, like where I want to go with it. Let me see. Let me open up my page view, page thumbnails. Yeah, I've got an outline of what's going to be in it, and it's at currently about 65 pages. So, and that's just the outline of the book. I actually have to like fill it in. So, that being said, I got a lot of good stuff to start with, talking about the mythology of the cedar forests, in the individual ancient Near Eastern cultures, and I'll be building on this. I'll be building on this theme when I work through my PhD content. So, sorry, that one's a long ways off, my friend. And Sloshy says, thanks for the story about your aunt. I have a 98-year-old Christian family member, and I often imagine admitting I'm not an atheist, but it's not relevant at all. Yeah, see what I'm saying, Sloshy? Like, listen, if you got a family member and you love your family member and you don't want to create strife with them, you don't have to tell them you're an atheist. Just let them live their life. You know, if it would cause them heartache to know you're an atheist, let them pretend, right? The next million says, for your previous answer follow-up, what are the chances that my foreskin was breaded and fried and served as calamari? Well, based on the amount of calamari I've had, I'd say the chances might be pretty good. I've not had a lot of calamari that I liked, which might account for things. Although there is the distinct possibility that it was served as chitlins, so keep that in mind. And Shaga says, Hindu nationalism is a thing in India, like the USA. I have heard that. I don't know to what extent it is, but it sounds depressing if it is, to be honest. Like, Hindu nationalism probably isn't the way to go. And Slug says, where did the name Lucifer and Satan come from? Well, Satan comes from the Bible. In quite a few places, it refers to Satan as the adversary, Hasatan. And it just means an adversary or an opposer. Now, this idea of Lucifer is actually not really in the Bible. I'll show you where it comes from. Lucifer is a bad translation, if you could even call it that, of Isaiah 14. So in Isaiah 14, there's a taunt that is supposed to be taken up against the king of Babylon in a future time when his kingdom has fallen. And listen to what it says at the beginning. Now, in the Net Bible, it says, look how you have fallen from the sky, O shining one, son of the dawn. You have been cut down to the ground, O conqueror of the nations. So this is in question, O shining one, son of the dawn. In Hebrew, it says Hallel ben Shachar, which means the shining one, son of the morning, or son of the dawn, which is why in my translation it just says that. It's referring to the king of Babylon using like a mythological phrase, which is most likely a reference to the failure of Athtar the Terrible to take over the throne while Baal is in the underworld, and this is all happening on Mount Zaphon in the Baal cycle. Nevertheless, in the King James, because when the King James is translated, they wanted you to still believe that Isaiah 14 was about Satan. It's absolutely not about Satan, by the way. But they wanted you to believe that. They wanted you to think that Isaiah 14 was about Satan. So they left Lucifer in here, when Lucifer was actually a Latin word. Here we go. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? Well, Lucifer isn't the name of Satan. Lucifer is Latin for light bearer or light bringer. But people got so used to believing that this chapter was about Satan that they're like, oh, we can't change Lucifer because people are now using the word Lucifer as a name for Satan. So like, if we change Lucifer and directly translate it into English, people won't think it's about Satan anymore. So they purposely left that shit in there in Latin rather than translating it into English because they were afraid that people would get the idea that they were making shit up, and they were making shit up for sure. No God required. Good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, do you think things like the Ugaritic tablets in Deuteronomy 13, 8-9 are a valid argument for Yahweh not being eternal, i.e. he has parents? Yes and no. So Deuteronomy 13 is an interesting one, as well as Deuteronomy 32, 8-9. And here's the thing. If Yahweh was part of a pantheon, meaning Yahweh was in fact a child of El, then yeah, we would definitely say that that he wasn't eternal. So the problem we have though is in the Bible, like when it comes to Yahweh's identification, you either have to agree with the Bible or you have to agree with archaeology. If you agree with archaeology, Yahweh seems to be a different deity apart from El, who eventually ascends to the throne, kind of like Baal or Marduk. And that's the data we have. If you believe the Bible conflates El with Yahweh on a number of occasions, where it literally says that Yahweh and El are the same deity. It also says that Elyon and Yahweh are the same deity in certain points. Obviously, we believe that the Bible authors are going back and reforming the idea. They're saying, no, he actually wasn't part of a pantheon. He wasn't one of the sons of El. He actually is El. And, you could do that. But I think I agree with you, no God required, that if you take the Ugaritic tablets seriously, you are a little bit led to believe that Yahweh would be part of the pantheon. The problem that we have is that Yahweh isn't necessarily mentioned in the Ugaritic tablets. He's mentioned elsewhere and associated with the gods that are mentioned in the Ugaritic tablets. Like if we were reading through the Ugaritic tablets and it just mentioned Yahweh as one of the sons of El, then yeah, cut and dry, done, easy. It doesn't say that though. You have to do a little bit of triangulation to get to that point, which is why this is a debate that still rages on. Also, I meant to say Deuteronomy 32, 8-9. That's what I assumed that was the primary reference you were referring to. I didn't look up Deuteronomy 13 to see if there was a sideways reference you were pointing at. But Deuteronomy 32 is usually the one that people are pointing to. That being said, yeah. And I would have also pointed out Sirach 17:7. But none of them are slam dunks. These are things that you have to triangulate your path towards. All right, let's do our last super chat when we get another guest in here. Dylan says, eating lunch with a stream going. It's a good Tuesday, Rock Hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Dylan. I appreciate the $10 support. It really helps the channel a lot. Thank you so much. All right, next in line was Tracy and then Sork. Those were the people who came in that order. So how you doing, Tracy?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, cool. Yeah, hey, I had two questions, I guess. One was about the book of Job, and
Sure.
the other was about Isaiah 53.
Okay. Yeah, what's the question?
All right, so in Job 1:16, it says, while he was still speaking, another messenger came and said, the fire of God fell from the heavens and burned up the sheep and the servants, and I am the only one who has escaped to tell you. So I've heard, I think you and Dalton have said that this indicates that God himself sent fire, but my interpretation is that it's just like a messenger who doesn't really know what he was looking at, saw, all this catastrophe come, and he just kind of, attributed it to the heavens, whereas it's not necessarily God himself doing it.
Okay, so one of the things you'd have to ask yourself is what it mean to be the fire of God. It depends a little bit on when Job was written. If Job was written roughly the same time period as Enoch, which I actually think it is, the fire of heaven was a pretty clear reference. So God himself is surrounded by fire. In First Enoch, you'll find that in chapter 14. Chapter 14 of First Enoch, it talks about God's throne and the fire around the throne. And so like it's not at all clear that fire is just like the domain of like the underworld. It seems like there's fire around God's throne as well. So the fire of heaven was a pretty ubiquitous reference by this time period. And then the question you would have to ask yourself is this literally talking about the fire of heaven, or is this a coded reference to lightning? I don't think it's a coded reference to lightning. I think it's actually the fire of heaven. So if that is the case, then you have one of two options. Either the servant lied about what they saw, or the servant told the truth about what they saw, right? Like, or they were confused about what they saw. I guess there's the third option. But if the servant is just recounting what they saw, and they said that fire fell from heaven, I have no reason to believe that it wasn't fire from heaven. Is there a linguistic argument for this?
No idea. Just like if the argument was that God himself sent the fire, then it wouldn't necessarily be that God himself sent the fire. The messenger is just mistaken. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well, I mean, I can understand why an apologist would say that. First of all, it doesn't make the passage any better. You already know that.
Of course,
God,
right.
even if Satan did it, God gave him permission to do it, so it
Yeah,
doesn't fix
yeah.
anything. But to be like, I don't understand why we would invoke confusion on behalf of the servant. Like, if the servant saw fire from heaven, we still have to ask the question, what is the fire from heaven, and did they see it? Well, if they saw fire falling from heaven, then the only natural reaction we could have is, well, it must have come from God, right?
Yeah, seems like it.
I don't see how else we would get around that, right? Like, if it's not the actual fire of God falling, what would it be? What would it be a coded reference to?
Well, of course, the Christians know that God doesn't actually reside in the sky as the Hebrews thought. So they could just say, well, Satan clearly has control over he can send fire from the sky, and it's not from the heavens that God lives in, I would say.
Oh, that's interesting. In fact, this reminds me. So I've got 2 documents I've been wanting to add to the cheat sheet this month. I just didn't do it yet. That demonstrates both in the ancient Near East and in the Bible that all of these gods literally lived in the sky. I've done like a meta-analysis of all the mentions of God's location and the sky in the Bible to demonstrate that, yeah, God absolutely fucking did live in the sky. And so, but even the Akkadian, the Babylonian Akkadian deity Anu literally means sky. Like the Anu, the high god, means sky. He's a sky god. That's where everyone believed that God lived. Psalm 150 verse 1 says, praise the Lord, praise God in his sanctuary, praise him in his mighty firmament. Psalm 2:4, he who sits in the heavens laughs. Heavens is sky. Hashemayim in Hebrew just means the sky. He who sits in the sky laughs. There's no good reason to believe that like God is in some alternative universe far away, according to the Bible.
Yeah, I agree.
Did you say you had 2 questions though?
Yeah, that's right. The other question was about Isaiah 53 and I guess 52 by proxy.
Yeah.
I was having a debate with this guy. I don't know, just Reddit debate, not real formal or anything. But the argument that he made, Christian apologist made, was that it's special pleading to claim that the foreign nation kings are speaking in 53, where because the rest of the Bible, the entirety of the rest of the Bible, introduces foreigners speaking explicitly rather than what Isaiah does, where he says, who has seen what we've seen, right after introducing the fact that the foreign nation kings will contemplate it, right? So it's pretty clear to me, and to I think most people, that the transition from 52 was it 13 to 15 into 53:1 is the introduction of the foreign kings contemplating, and then 53 of course is them contemplating, and then it's it even links to 52:10 where it says who has the arm of the Lord been revealed to, or whatever, and then in 53:1 who has seen the arm of the Lord? Like it's very obvious to me. But then the argument is that, well, since they weren't explicitly stated as saying, here's what the foreign king said, that means that it wasn't actually a foreign king speaking.
One second, I'm going to grab a commentary.
Yep.
Well, I lied. It must be in the other room. Nevertheless, your assessment is correct. So if you just look at the passage, I'll put it on the screen. It clearly introduces them in the last verse, right? So it talks about the kings of the nations, right? says, the kings shall shut their mouths because of him or at him, for what had not been told to them they shall see, and what they had not heard they shall consider. So the line says, they shall consider. Easy enough. He's saying there's going to be a time in the what we're going to call the near future where these kings are going to consider something. And then the very next verse looks like them considering it. It says, who has believed our report, and to whom has the armed Lord been revealed? Well, we're not stupid. In 52:10, as you already noted, it clearly says that the armed Lord has been revealed to the nations. That's just what it says. So there's no good reason to believe that this isn't a personification of the nations speaking right here. And I bet if I'm looking through the critical and exegetical commentary on Deutero Isaiah by John Goldengay and David Payne. Goldengay is a really good scholar. I've not read all of Goldengay's stuff on Isaiah, but I bet he has something similar to this. Also, in the Jerome Bible commentary and in the Oxford Bible commentary, it's going to say the same thing, but we'll grab that here in a second. Let's see. I'm curious if he points it out in his commentary. This is a poorly organized commentary. I love you, John Goldengay, but your commentary is not really well structured. Let's see if I can find the actual verse in reference. Man, the editors really could have done a better job with structuring this. Okay. Verse 13, 52:13, 52:14. Where's 52:15? Okay, here's 52:15. And then 53:1. Who has believed what we have heard, and upon whom did the arm of Yahweh reveal itself? Blah, 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 blah. Okay, but who now speaks? Is it the nations and kings who speak of what they have now indeed heard? Verse 15 admittedly attributed silence rather than speech to them and said that they saw rather than heard, but this contradiction would only be of a superficial kind, and the nations have admittedly not spoken before. But it would be typical of the prophet to introduce a novel note at this novel moment. On the other hand, the speaker eventually refers to my people. Further, in verse 13 to 15, the nation's acknowledgement lies in the future and will be based on the servant's exaltation. So Goldengay is basically agreeing with us that this seems to be a personification of the nations, which is why it even talks about our people. I don't see a good reason to look at Isaiah 53:1 and think that it's not a personification of the nations. Let me grab you the Jerome.
Sure.
And one of the things, like when people are making these arguments, I would also ask them, like, listen, there seems to be a clear contextual reading of this that would make it the nations. Give me a good contextual reading why I would think that it's not the nations. And they're probably not going to be able to do it. But also, you can also, like, I hate to use appeals to scholarship, but if they like, I don't want to use the word insult, if they degrade your position because you're like, well, you know, that's not a viable reading of the text. I'm like, well, look, all these fucking scholars agree with me. Like, either it's a viable reading or it's not. Like, you don't have to take it as the only reading, but it's obviously a viable reading considering that the scholars, like the professionals here, agree. All right, here's 52:13 to 53:3. Some scholars, Waybre, I've got his commentary downstairs, highly recommended it, have regarded Isaiah 52:13 through 15 as a distinct song of thanksgiving, blah, 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 blah. All right, let me grab the part. Let's see. 53:1 through 3 does clearly differ from what is preceded. There is now a reference to we, a group reflecting on the significance of the experiences of the servant. They have been variously identified, the disciples of the prophet, a group of faithful Israelites, and so on. But perhaps the traditional interpretation should not be neglected. The nations and kings who were amazed by what was referred to in 52:15. So in the Oxford commentary, they're saying this is the most likely and traditional interpretation of who's speaking. Meaning, if you go back in tradition, this is who scholars are typically identifying as the speaker. So, like I always say, like Christians don't like my opinion on interpreting these texts, but it's not like I made them up. I'm just agreeing with the scholarship. Like, I came to this position by reading the literature.
Fully agree.
Yeah.
Well, awesome. I really appreciate that. Yeah. Real quick, what were those commentaries? I just want to write them down.
The last one is the Oxford Bible Commentary. Definitely recommend it. Also, John Goldengay, his commentary with where did I put it? Here it is. John Goldengay and David Payne did a commentary on Deutero-Isaiah in the Critical Exegetical Commentary series. And Waybrae does a really good commentary on Isaiah, as does who am I thinking of in the Yale Anchor Bible series. Check out the Yale Bible commentary on Isaiah, as well as the Continental commentary on Isaiah. You'll get basically most of the same stuff that I told you.
Yeah, certainly. All right. Well, I really appreciate that. Love your work, man.
Hey, thanks, man. Cheers, bud.
Yep. Have a good one.
Hopefully these resources will be helpful in y'all's debates, so that people people aren't going to be like, well, that's just your opinion. No, it's not just my opinion. This is kind of the opinion of the professionals, of the scholars. Carnage, great to see you. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, what's your favorite Christian relic? I think of the jawbone of St. Anthony as pretty elite, personally. The jawbone of St. Anthony is pretty dope, to be fair. There was once talk about the jawbone of Samson. That's not the jawbone of the ass of Samson. Is a different story. But also, I think my favorite relic is the holy prepuce, the foreskin of Jesus. In fact, the story of the foreskin of Jesus is so good that there's like a whole narrative dedicated to it. It's the Arabic infancy gospel. I'll put it on the screen. I think you and I have actually already talked about this once before. I apologize if we're covering the same territory twice now. But if you read the Arabic infancy gospel, you'll find the story of how the holy foreskin came to be. And the way that the story goes is essentially there's Joseph and Mary are about to give birth to Jesus, and they look for an old Jewish woman that can help deliver the baby, because Joseph, he's a dude. And they find this old Jewish woman who's kind of ailing. And they're like, hey, help us deliver the baby. So she comes in, touches the baby, gets healed, and she knows the baby's super special. So she pledges to take care of the baby like the rest of her life as like a nurse or a helper. And so on the 8th day, she's present for the circumcision. She's like, oh, I have an opportunity to get like a piece of the baby. So she takes the foreskin, gives it to her nephew, and her nephew puts it in a jar of oil. He's a trader of oils. And as it turns out, that jar of oil that he put it in is the same jar of oil that gets poured on his feet later by the woman who washes his feet, in fact, with her hair. It's a crazy story. But there's also one other thing that I'm trying to think of. Give me a second. I'm going to look it up real quick. Where is it? There are over in Europe like Christian attractions, like destinations, tourist spots, you might even say, that are really popular. And there's like an old corpse, crazy corpse. Let's see. I'm trying to find it real quick. I got it right here. Let's see. Okay. The decapitated head. So there's a cathedral, all right, in France that's dedicated to decapitated heads. it's full of, yeah. In fact, let me see. It's called the Amiens Cathedral. Let me put it up here. There we go. It's a large Gothic cathedral. It's in France, and it's literally dedicated. Like the theme of the cathedral is decapitated heads. So like if you want like a really creepy place to visit in Christian tradition, that's one place you can go if you're not like queasy in the stomach. If you want to go see a bunch of decapitated heads, that certainly is something that you can go check out. It might be more creepy than even the Roman catacombs. So, there's that. Also, in Germany, they do have a dead body festival for like dead Christians. They even dress up the bodies and march them through the streets. It's pretty crazy. John Blair says, please tell me about born again recruitment. Rock hard for Doug. Well, I don't know what you mean by born agains. I mean by Christians. Well, the Christian recruitment is basically God will roast you alive forever in hellfire if you don't convert to our religion. That seems to be the recruitment tactic. I'm going to grab just one more chat here, and then we're going to get a guest in. Bacon and Bush, hey, good to hear from you today. Thank you so much for sending 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. It really helps the channel a lot. And hey, now there's 5 more people who got access to the cheat sheet. Hopefully you make use of it, friends. All right, I'm pretty sure Jay was in next and then Council. So let me get Jay Bandersnatch. How you doing, Jay?
Hey, Justin. How you doing?
I can't complain.
Good.
What's on your mind today, Jay?
I called specifically for Isaiah 49 because I was confused on who the servant was. But I had something I was thinking about. Bacon had brought up Jesus not being crucified, but impaled. And that kind of put a new spin on when Jesus asked Thomas to put his hands in his holes.
Right.
I can just imagine. Yeah, I was impaled. Put your fingers in my holes. Anyways.
If he doesn't have the holes, but to be fair, I think they did rectify the view at some point where maybe they were nailed but over his head, which I don't know how that works. But I mean, it is possible. It's a weird view, though.
Well, if he was impaled, it would have been up his booty, right?
Oh yeah, true. I mean, if he was impaled rather than nailed, then yeah, it would have. Right. Okay. Sometimes they would put it through. They would put it through like the abdomen, like it would go up through the soft spot of your belly, and then up through your rib cage. That because as long as it's through the rib cage, you can stay on it. So there were multiple ways of doing it, but yeah, a lot of times they did go right up through the anus.
Okay. Well, beyond that, so Isaiah 49, I'm a little confused because it seems like there's almost 2 servants they're talking about.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to figure out who the servants are, if there's 2 or if there's 1, or because I'm preparing my own argument, and I got to Isaiah 49, and I'm like, I don't know exactly who the servant is.
It's a tough one. So there's possible 2 servants in Isaiah 49. I think one is the prophet and one is the nation, and I'll explain why I think that actually is the case. I also want to bring up Isaiah 42 before we end. I'll show you why. So in Isaiah 49, there clearly is one servant, which is the nation, right? It says, "He has said to me, 'You are my servant, O Israel, in whom I will be glorified.' Then I said, 'I have labored in vain. I have spent my strength for nothing in vain. Yet surely my just reward is with the Lord, and my work is with God.'" Okay, so this could be a personification of the nation of Israel speaking. When he says, "You are my servant, O Israel," that certainly is one method. You could also interpret this as being about the prophet. He has made my mouth like a sharp sword. In the shadow of his name, he has hidden me and made me polished shaft. His quiver has hidden me. So this certainly could be about the prophet. But if you keep reading it in verse 6, we get another question. "Indeed," he says, "is it too small a thing that you should be my servant, to raise up the tribes of Jacob, to restore the preserved one of Israel's? And I will give you as a light to the Gentiles, that you should be my salvation to the ends of the earth." Now, you could interpret this as in fact, the prophet, because he's the one bringing the message to the nation and to the Israelites. You could still interpret this as being about the nation of Israel, because in our traditional interpretation, it's not that the servant is all of Israel. The servant is the righteous remnant of Israel. The wicked ones are being purged off with the refining of fire. And the ones that come out are going to be perfect and sinless, according to the text. So then we would read this. Is it too small a thing that you should be my servant? And we'll say servant, we'll say righteous remnant of Israel, to raise up the tribes of Jacob? Yeah, exactly, because they will. The righteous remnant will be the one that raise up the other tribes, and to restore the preserved ones of Israel. Yeah, they are the preserved ones, the righteous remnant. I will give you as a light to the Gentiles, that you should be my salvation to the ends of the earth. So there's a reading of this, that this could be the righteous remnant of Israel, and it could also be the prophet. Now, I want to read you a section from 42 that illustrates why Isaiah is so damn frustrating, because who's ever writing this is not really good at keeping track of like who's speaking or who's speaking to who, because it's possible. And John Watts wrote a commentary on Isaiah. He's a really cool scholar. He thinks that Deutero-Isaiah was set up kind of like almost like a stage play with like a call and response between many characters. And so he actually lays out in his commentary who's speaking and who's speaking to who, which is really cool. But to illustrate kind of the problem and why people might think that there's like multiple voices acting this out is verse 24 and 25 of chapter 42. So it says, who gave up Jacob to the spoiler and Israel to the robbers? Was it not the Lord, against whom they sinned? Okay, so we have a they in here, against who they sinned, meaning Israel, in whose ways they would not walk, and in whose laws they would not obey. Okay, so we're talking about a they. So he poured out upon him the heat of his anger. Wait, what the fuck are you talking about him? What? Huh? So is they and him the same? They poured out upon him, the heat of his anger.
Those are two different people, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying, is if we're reading this straight through, then either him is referring to the people as they, or now there's a new person being spoken about. So he poured out upon him the heat of his anger and the fury of war. It set him on fire all around, but he did not understand. It burned him, but he did not take it to heart. So it's like, wait a minute. Is this him or he? Like, what's happening here? Who's being spoken about? So you have one of two choices. Either he, him, and they, or we are all the same entity, or there's like there's three different speakers here. But it wouldn't make sense to have three different speakers. In fact, in my version, see, was it not the Lord against whom we have sinned? Where's sinned in here? Was it not the Lord against whom they... See, interesting here, in the New Oxford, or in the NRSV updated edition, it says whom they sinned. In the NRSV traditional, it says in whom we have sinned. It goes back and forth between we, him, and they. So it's like, okay, obviously they're using different pronouns to refer to one entity, or there's three different speakers here, or three different entities being referenced here without any clarity as to what. So when we get to Isaiah 49, and I see that there's, again, some ambiguity under the pronouns, even though it seems like it's referring to the righteous remnant of Israel, I'm going to lump them all as one unit. I'm going to say these are all references to the righteous remnant of Israel because we have precedent elsewhere in Deutero-Isaiah of referring to this people group using multiple pronouns, even pronouns that don't really apply, given the immediate context. You'd have to know the extra, the long-range context to know that you're capable of referring to the Israel as a he or as a they.
What about, so in Isaiah 49:5, who is the servant that, it says, and now the Lord says, who formed me in the womb to be his servant, to bring Jacob back to him. Mm-hmm. Who's the servant there?
Well, that's what I said. We covered that. It could either be the righteous remnant of Israel, or it could be the prophet himself. It says, the Lord says, who formed me in the womb to be his servant, to bring Jacob back to him. If Jacob, or if the servant is the righteous remnant, then yes, that's the job of the righteous remnant, to bring the nation of Israel back, that Israel might be gathered to him. For I am honored in the sight of the Lord. Well, we're referring to the nation of Israel as a they, and also as a him in the same breath, is not a new thing. He does it in chapter 42, verse 24 that we just read. He calls the nation of Israel a they and a him, all in the same breath. Was it 24 to 25? No, I got to remember. Wait, that can't be it. It must have went too far. Maybe it was 23 to 24. Yeah. Among who will you give this heed? Who will attend and listen to come? Who gave Jacob to the spoiler and Israel to the robbers? Was it not the Lord against whom they sinned? So referring to Jacob, right? He says, against whom they sinned, and in whose ways they would not walk, and in whose laws they would not obey. And then we need verse 25 as well. Unless maybe 25 is split into the next chapter. Yeah. So he poured out upon him. See, so he's saying, listen, Jacob sinned. They did not obey God. God was mad. So he poured out upon him the heat of his anger and the fear of war. Again, it sounds like there's two different individuals, because here it says they and here it says him. But it's actually just referring to Jacob, the nation of Israel, as a him. The same way it's happening in 49.
Sure. So here's my conundrum. When I am arguing, Isaiah constantly over 8 or 9 times says that the servant is Israel or Jacob, and then I say, why would I assume that Isaiah 53 is talking about someone else? Yet you can just come back and say, well, Isaiah 49 is talking about someone else, so why can't Isaiah 53 be talking about someone else?
Well, that's my point. I don't think Isaiah 49 is talking about somebody else.
Well, we agreed that it was the righteous remnant and not Israel itself. It's a different collection of people.
Maybe I didn't understand your question. Rephrase the question.
Sure, and maybe I didn't say it correctly. So when I argue the fact, and I think it's a good argument, that why would all of a sudden someone look at Isaiah 53, and just because it looks like something Jesus did, why would the servant in Isaiah 53 be talking about someone else, a different servant, and not Israel or not Jacob, who are the same people or people group? Yet in Isaiah 49, there is 2 different servants. So I don't see.
But that's why I keep
kind of diminishes.
That's why I keep telling you, I don't think there are 2 servants.
Well, I thought we agreed that one servant is Israel as a collective, and the other servant is the righteous remnant or a subset of Israel.
No. Right? No. There's only one servant. It's just the righteous remnant.
So who are they? But the other servants is the collective Israel, right? Israel, including the non-righteous remnants?
No, I don't think so.
So, the servant discussed in 41 through 50, 55, or 53 is the righteous remnant, or is it Israel? I thought it was all of Israel.
Well, no. The problem you're going to have is when it talks about the servant, 9 times out of 10, it's referring to the righteous remnant of Israel. One of the issues, though, that you're going to have is sometimes it's going to make a statement about the nation without calling it the servant that is going to sound like negative, like they're going to say that they were disobedient or they didn't really know the Lord. And that does happen as well. But what I'm saying is in 49 specifically, there's no good reason to read 2 different people groups in there. It's clearly about the righteous remnant.
Okay, so if I substitute, when I read it, let's just read 49:5, and I'll substitute what I think is the servant. So 49:5 would say, and now the Lord says, who formed me in the womb to be his, righteous remnant, to bring the rest of Israel back to him.
Mm-hmm.
Is that so? There's
That-
two different people groups, right?
Yeah, the righteous remnant and the scattered Israelites.
Yeah. So there is two different servants there. There's a subset
No,
of Israel, which is righteous remnant.
no, the servant is not the scattered people. The servant is bringing the scattered people.
Yeah, that's what I said. The servant in that is the subgroup of Israel, which is the righteous remnant, correct?
Yeah. I'm missing
And
the
then
problem. I guess I don't see the problem yet.
Okay. Let's see if I can say this in a different way. There's two different groups. There's a righteous remnant, which is a subgroup of the rest of Israel, which includes the righteous remnant, right?
Yeah, the righteous remnant is supposed to be what's left over after the exile. Yeah.
So are they? I guess this verse confuses me then. And now the Lord says, "Who formed me in the room to be His servant to bring Jacob back to Him," because those to me are two different either people or people groups. It seems like there's two separate people groups there.
There's the righteous remnant of Israel and the rest of Israel. I don't see what the problem is yet.
Servants.
I'm failing to see the problem.
Well, there's two different servants then.
No, there's
One
not.
servant
There's one
discusses
servant.
the righteous remnant.
One servant.
Huh.
That's it. Okay. We'll just maybe I'm not communicating efficiently here. Hold on. Okay. Israel is divided in two. You've got a righteous remnant and a non-righteous remnant.
Mhm.
The righteous remnant is the servant.
Okay, so who's a servant in all the other? Let's see, I'm going to my.
It's always the righteous
so there's-
remnant.
Every time it says, like in Isaiah 44:2, it says, "Do not fear, O Jacob, my servant." That's also talking about the righteous remnant.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll definitely.
Because those
I thought it was talking about the whole nation.
those that are no, those that are not part of the righteous remnant have no reason to not fear. They're going to get fucked up.
Mhm.
God's going to kick their ass.
And in that particular verse, Isaiah 44:2, I was doing some. It says, "Oh Jacob, my servant Jeshurun," and
Mhm.
I guess there's only a couple other verses in Deuteronomy that I've seen the word refer Jacob as Jeshurun. What is that about?
Jeshurun, typically how it's
Jeshurun,
pronounced,
yeah.
and it's supposed to be a term of endearment. Give me a second.
Deuteronomy 32 and 33 mentions Jeshurun or however you want to say it, but that's the only cross references I've ever seen. I'm assuming that's the same. That's the same that they're replacing the name Jacob with that name, or what?
No, typically for Jerusalem, it's supposed to be a code name for Jerusalem.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah. So Jeshurun is supposed to be a code name. My understanding typically was for Jerusalem itself, and the meaning is typically like the righteous one or the upright one, or you could even say like the righteous ones. So you could see why it would be applied to the servant, or even to the righteous remnant, if you're referring to the righteous remnant as those that are left over, and theoretically the wicked ones were supposed to be removed and the righteous were supposed to be left over. That's the whole shtick with the righteous remnant. So you could see why Jeshurun would be a applicable nickname.
Okay. And I'll tell you what, Isaiah is a prime example of how it debunks that God is not the author of confusion, because he definitely is the author of confusion.
Well, even in Acts 8, when we were reading earlier, you got Philip trying to help out the Ethiopian eunuch. Like, listen, if this was a clear prophecy, like, we wouldn't find that throughout history people had to like squint and like look slanted at it and try to figure out what the fuck's going on. Like, if God wanted to communicate who the servant was, he could have very clearly communicated it. It's preposterous to me that the most widely known and theoretically compelling prophecy for Jesus, you've got to like piece together like a fucking Matlock detective. It's crazy.
I agree. All right.
It doesn't make any sense
Well,
at
hey,
all.
Justin, been watching for a while. I like what you do. I think, and I think other people have said it before, but I would really like to see you debate West Huff, because that's like the new Messiah for believers. And
Yeah.
I watched West Huff, and he doesn't seem. I mean, he seems like it almost seems like he knows a lot, but then it doesn't seem like he knows a lot. You know what
Right.
I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And he says a lot of stuff that I don't know. I'm not an expert, but it doesn't seem like what he says is actually, because I know one time he had claimed that the Dead Sea Scrolls was like 100% accurate to the original Isaiah. Or
Oh, right, yeah. That was
Isaiah.
wrong.
Yeah, because isn't it only like 60% accurate or something?
I don't know the accuracy. I do know in the biblical Qumran. Give me a second. Well, actually, even easier. Just get one of these. Hold on.
He was saying that on Joe Rogan's show, and
yeah, it's funny because
he just agrees about everything. He's like,
the show that he on Joe Rogan, like, he couldn't even pronounce the name of this. This is the standard critical edition BHS of the Hebrew Bible. This shows you all the differences between the manuscripts, including the Great Isaiah Scroll. So the thing of it is, like, I knew the minute I watched the video and he couldn't pronounce Biblia Hebraica Stucratensia, that no way he even knew what the fuck was in this book. He'd never read it.
I couldn't pronounce it either.
It's a tough one, but if you go to Bible college, you have to learn how to pronounce it, right? Or at least abbreviate it. You could tell as he was saying it, he couldn't even remember what the words were. He's like, Stuttgart. And so anyways, the reason why he couldn't tell you the name of the book is because he had never done it, because he reads Greek, doesn't know shit about Hebrew. And so if literally you just go to Isaiah in the BHS, you'll find dozens and dozens of inaccuracies between the Great Isaiah Scroll and what we would consider like the Masoretic tradition or the Masoretic text. And so, yeah, I mean, all you need is what, like a $35 book, and you can basically debunk Wes Huff in real time. Not even hard. I mean, to be fair, you have to know a little bit of Hebrew, but
yeah. What's the best way to, besides going to, I guess, a seminary, what's the best way to learn some ancient Hebrew? I mean, you're taking a class on modern Hebrew, but
if it was me, I would do. If it was me, it depends on how your brain works. If you're really good at learning languages, like immersion style, like just being thrown into it and learning words, and eventually figuring out the grammar yourself, you can do like Duolingo. That'd be fine. You can do it that way. It won't be biblical Hebrew. It'd be modern Hebrew, but there's a pretty large crossover between modern Hebrew and biblical Hebrew. But if you want, what
is the alphabet the same?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But if you want to learn like actual biblical Hebrew, I would get. I'll show you a good intro, and I'll explain why I like this one best. To be fair, Josh Bowen has a Hebrew book out now too, teaching Hebrew. So that's totally worth getting. Highly recommend it. I already scanned through it. I think it's really good. It's got a lot of really great explainers in it. The only reason why I kind of like this one is because it comes with an accompanying set. You can buy it with an accompanying set of flashcards. The Basics of Biblical Hebrew by Gary Practico and Van Pelt. The fantastic, really well laid out introduction to Biblical Hebrew. It's very popular. It's used in a lot of schools. And the chapters are really well laid out and organized, so you can study one particular topic at a time. And then also you can get the accompanying flashcards. So let's see, Basics of Biblical Hebrew flashcards. And these, for me, were the most helpful thing learning Biblical Hebrew. No matter what book you're learning on, I think these are mandatory, compulsory. Got to get them. They're Old Testament Hebrew vocabulary cards, and they're ordered in the most frequently used. It has the 1,000 most used words in the Hebrew Bible, and you learn them in order of frequency. So if you only learn like the first 500 most used words in the Bible, you can actually read quite a bit of Biblical Hebrew.
Okay. I'll check those out. I just took screenshots of.
Absolutely.
Well, hey, thanks, Justin. I appreciate your work, like I said, and you have a good one.
Hey, thanks. Cheers. Good to hear from you, buddy.
Yep.
W. Bandersnatch. We've seen Jay Bandersnatch in the community quite a bit. I can understand the question on Isaiah 49. I would say, when dialoguing with Christians on Isaiah 49, that's a sticky point for a lot of Christians. A lot of Christians, they get to Isaiah 49 and they don't know what to do with it. I'm going to put that in my dialogue. I got a document in my Google Drive with dialogues on each passage. I'm going to put that in there before I forget. Isaiah 49 has two separate. It seems like the author is just switching between I can't write between pronouns as he does in Isaiah 42 verses 24 through 25 for the remnant of Israel. Cool. I'll fill that out later. I'll add all of these notes on Isaiah to my cheat sheet. I apologize if I had more pressing things. So here's kind of where we're at, friends. I've got like 20 super chats still, questions via super chats that I have to answer before logging off and going to Hebrew class. I'm going to run through what's left of the super chats and then call this Q&A done. I'll be doing another Q&A at the beginning of April. So coming up just after Easter, I'll be doing another Q&A in quick succession. So if you have more questions, write them down, save them. I'll be doing another Q&A shortly. I'm going to be I'll be only hardly around during spring break, the last couple of days of the month, the first couple of days of April. My son and I are going to be on spring break. We're going to be doing cool stuff. So, but after spring break, I'll definitely get back in the saddle and we'll do another Q&A right away for people who's got questions and want to dialogue about the text. Wherefore art thou bay? Says, as a former JW apostate, I love your explaining. Bunch of nuts. LOL. You know what? You are right. Most of these denominations are a little bit nutty. I think the JWs are quite nutty, to be fair. But you know what? At least they give us stuff to talk about, right? Black Hole Sun, thank you for the super chat, friends. Says, Justin, you need to have baking gloves nearby for future debates. Got to be safe when cooking. You know what? I should do that sometime. Mr. Friendly, if you remember Mr. Friendly, he used to go live, and when he was really cooking, he'd have like a frying pan nearby. He'd put on like a chef's hat and get a frying pan and start like sauteing in the middle of the debate. It was really funny. I haven't done that. Maybe I should get around to doing that. I used to eat pretzels sometimes, like soft pretzels, when guests were making pretzels of themselves. Maybe I'll do that again soon. I haven't done a whole lot of nonsense things like that in a while. I need to get back to doing some fun stuff. 88 Melissa, thank you for the super chat. Says, I came across some interesting information recently. It said that Eve is not Adam's wife. Is not Adam's wife's real name. What's your opinion? Well, I mean, in the text it says that it is. So if you go to Genesis, it says that her name is Chava, which means like living in Hebrew. Let's see. How do we spell Eve? E-V-E in Genesis? Or is it E-A-V? Now I forget how to spell Eve. Isn't it crazy how you forget to spell like like easy words. All right, let me grab Genesis and see where Eve's name is announced. 1 second. It's got to be like chapter 2, I thought, right? Maybe the end of chapter 1. I forget. Let us make humans in our own image. Every created thing, blah, 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 blah. Every blah, blah, blah. Maybe chapter 2. Maybe chapter 2. Maybe chapter 2. You know what? I know what to search for. Let me just grab living. Because it says she was named Eve because she is the mother of all living. So that should come up pretty quick. Blah, 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 blah. Let the forth bring living creatures, birds of the air, became living being. Whatever man called living creature. There we go. Genesis 3:20. Shit. I don't know why I thought that was in chapter 2. Okay. So Genesis 3:20. It just says here that the man named his wife Eve because she was the mother of all living. Now, her real name in Hebrew is Chava, because, you know, it got transliterated multiple times before it got to English. So her real name isn't actually Eve. That's just how we say it in English. But to answer your question, yes, Eve was the mother of all living, meaning she was the wife of Adam. Adam and Eve were the mother and father of all living creatures. I don't know where your friend got that from. It sounds like some Kabbalistic bullshit. Con School, hey, good to see you, buddy. It says, someone asked me if heaven has its own firmament. I propose the rock hard firmament. Also, how do we call in on YouTube? I have some LDS related questions. The link in the description of the video is how to do it. It should be down in a clickable link in the description for tiny.cc/DZ live. Nevertheless, I think you actually might have found it. I see it in there. I'll grab you last here then. If we should have a couple minutes left over. I'll be late to Hebrew class, but they don't care. Tudor, thank you for the super chat. It says eventually we all should get a colonoscopy. I agree, actually. In fact, I've got one coming up soon because I'm old. Isn't the disappearance of consciousness under anesthesia proof that there is nothing after death, or do apologists just have their head up their anuses? I think so. Like, listen, if we get anesthesia and we lose consciousness, it seems to reason that that's because, in fact, our consciousness doesn't reside or only resides in the brain. It doesn't reside outside of the brain, or else it would live on. We'd be conscious somehow during the surgery, right? And Meg, thank you for the super chat. Friend says, some Christian told me that when you go to heaven, you have no memories or family or friends that won't be sad if they aren't there. Isn't that violating free will? It is violating free will, but there is one verse. Let me grab it real quick. I thought it was in Revelation. There's a passage in the New Testament where it talks about people who are in the heavenly kingdom aren't going to remember things of old. I thought it was going to be in the new heaven, new earth passage in Revelation 21, which mirrors Isaiah 65. So let's grab Revelation 21 and see if that's the proper reference. Let's see. He will wipe away all the tears from her eyes. Death will be no mourning and crying will be no more, for things have passed away. That's not it. That's not it. Maybe it's in the original reference of Isaiah 65. I bet it is. I bet if we go to Isaiah 65 and just type in a search for remember. Yep, we got it. So I'm about to create new heaven and new earth. The former things shall not be remembered or come to mind, but be glad and rejoice forever in what I'm creating. So it seems to be like this is the passage people are pointing to, saying that you won't remember the shit in the new heaven, new earth that happened prior. I don't know. I don't know if that is the best way to read that passage. It seems to be suggesting that the old heaven and the old earth will be basically, it's done away with. It'll be a thing of the past. You won't even think about it anymore. I don't think we can conclusively read that as God is going to wipe your memory so you don't think about your loved ones burning in hell. But that's what they're going to point to, right? Joshua, thank you for the super chat, says, would you ever set up a pre-order for the book on prophecies signed? I will actually. When I get closer to publishing, I will definitely do signed pre-orders. Anyone who wants a signed copy will absolutely get one. Also, if you buy a book and you want it signed, you can mail it to me and I'll sign it and send it back to you. So it won't be a problem. I'll definitely make sure it gets signed, friends. And Anime, thank you for the super chat, says Deuteronomy 23:13-19. Was it enforced pretty much as written, dispensationism or similar in place? Dispensation or similar in place. Well, I mean, this is Deuteronomy 22. I'm not sure this is related to dispensationalism. Maybe you don't mean dispensationalism, but let me read 13-19 to see if maybe this should be the verses on rape. But let me see what you're referring to. Or I mean on virginity. All right, 13-19. Right. Okay, passages on virginity. Dispensationalism says, was it enforced pretty much as written or dispensation or similar in place? Okay, well, I think what you're asking, if I'm hearing you correctly, is was this something that was strictly enforced? And we don't know for sure from history, like what was enforced during the time period it would have theoretically been given. But what we do know is that we've got references from the Talmud that talk about how it is enforced in some places and not enforced in other places. For example, in Galilee. Give me a second to grab that. Okay, so we got a passage from the Talmud that says, let me see if I can zoom in regards to the bloody sheet. It says, in Judea, at first the groomsmen would sleep in the house with the groom, and that the groom and the bride sleep in order to examine the sheet on which the marriage was consummated, immediately following intercourse. It was in order to ensure that the groom would not attempt to obscure the blood of the rupture of the hymen and claim that the bride was not a virgin, and in Galilee they would not do so. So he's saying, listen, in Galilee, you got to remember, in Galilee, they were already kind of moving away from the Jewish customs. So they're like, in Galilee, they don't really do this anymore. Probably because Galilee was heavily Samaritanized. This is in Ketuvot 12. If we go to Ketuvot 12, give me a second. Ketuvot 12. I bet if we keep reading in Ketuvot, we'll find a reference. Let's see what verse we want. Let's grab verse 12. I bet we might have more data about where it is still being practiced, perhaps. Rather, it is concerning the latter clause of the Beriata. They would appoint for them 2 groomsmen to examine them, and the principle was stated that in the case anyone who would blah 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 if needed blah 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 blah. Yeah, there's not much in here. Yeah, there's not much in here about to the extent in which it was practiced, like whether or not they did in fact murder the women. Give me a second to check one other reference. All right. I've got here that we know for sure that there were exceptions. So I got a couple exceptions in my Google Drive that I think will help to clarify it, while I've got something else I want to pull up. So also in Ketuvot, we talk about this tradition of the bloody sheet. And it seems like in this instance, they weren't necessarily going to be murdering women. Says a certain man who came before Rabban Gamliel bar Rabbi Yehud Hanasi and said to him, my teacher, I engaged in intercourse and did not find blood. The bride said to him, my teacher, I was a virgin. Rabban Gamliel bar Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi said to them, bring me the cloth. So, okay, Now we got the cloth being brought for the evidence on which you consummated the marriage. They brought him the cloth, and he soaked it in water and laundered it, and found upon several drops of blood from the rupture of the hymen. Rabban Gamliel bar Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi said to the groom, "Go take possession of your acquisition, as she is a virgin, and there is no need for concern." And then, shoot, that might not be the right one. Let me grab. I got another one stored in here. It might have been. Marrying a virgin. Okay, it's going to be in Ketuvot. I apologize, because it talks about the bride price in Ketuvot, and it says at one point that there's a bride price that is going to be changed if, in fact, the virginity was not present, which means they might not be killing the woman. They might just be adjusting the bride price. Okay. See. Not there either. How about here? Interesting. Okay, this will get you a little closer. We'll do more as needed. So here's a case. It says a high priest may not marry a widow, whether she is a widow from betrothal or a widow from marriage. He may not marry a grown woman. He may marry only after a minor or a young woman. Rabbi Eleazar and Rabbi Shimon declare a grown woman fit to marry a high priest, and he may not marry a woman whose hymen was torn accidentally, meaning she didn't bleed. So there were cases in the ancient world where a woman's hymen could be torn accidentally. And if that was the case, and she was found to not be a virgin, and she could prove that it was torn accidentally, then they wouldn't murder her. They just would make her marry someone who wasn't an actual priest. So that's one instance. And let's see. Here's another one from Ketuvot. If an adult male had sexual relations with an underage girl, or an underage boy with an adult female, or one injured by wood, their Ketuvot. There we go. This is what I was looking for. Fantastic. If an adult male has sexual relations with an underage girl or an underage boy with an adult female, or one injured by wood, meaning the hymen was accidentally ruptured by wood, their Ketuvot, or their bride price, is 200. The words of Rabbi Meir, but the sages say that the Ketuvot of one injured by wood is a mina. So they're debating in the Talmud about what is the price of one who is lacking virginity upon marriage, which means there seems to be some cases where if a woman could find evidence that it was an accident that she didn't bleed, that they wouldn't stone her. That being said, I'm under the impression that there are instances of women who were stoned, but I don't know if I recall where they're at or if I documented them in the Talmud. This might be a really good question for Rabbi Bert, if the Talmud documents or even commands the stoning of women based on her virginity. Let me check real quick. Through some sources. If a husband falsely accuses his wife, he gets lashes. Sure. It says possibly needing 2 witnesses, but that's already implied in how it's performed. Okay, so it looks like okay, there is a discussion on it. Let me find this. We'll grab that later. I'm going to move on to the next one. I got that one loading. It may or may not bring something up, but it looks like I'm doing some searches, like some word searches through the Talmud to see if I can find what I was looking for. And I thought Ketuvot was going to have it, but I don't know if it specifically says anything about stoning in here. We'll have to look at that later. Let me write down a note. I'm actually curious myself. I'm going to write down a note. Let's see. My understanding from talking to my Jewish friends on this is that the Talmud will allow you to stone a woman for not bleeding, but they try to make the last resort, based on there's other things that hopefully they will have to do. Okay, so it looks like Ketuvot 10 through 11 is probably where we're looking at. So let me see if I could pull up. Wonder if I could just search all of Ketuvot at once. I don't know if it's going to actually let me. Ketuvot 11. Search for stone. No. Ketuvot 10. Is there a stoning in here? Okay, let's see. No, there's no stoning in Ketuvot 10 or 11. I'll have to do more searching on it. Somewhere I'm sure there's a discussion on whether or not you can stone these women in the Talmud. I don't know it offhand. I'll have to find that for you. Next time it comes up, next time Deuteronomy 22 comes up, I'll have it saved for everyone. Contra Deity says, what is the actual process for officiating a king during Jesus' time? Like steps he would have to go through to be a real king of the Jews? Well, in Jesus' time period, to be honest, if you were going to be the king of the Jews, it would have been cleared by the Romans. The Jews had to theoretically accept you as a king, and the Romans had to approve you as king. That's why Herod was so problematic, because Herod was kind of like half Jewish. And so he was like Jewish by marriage, basically. So they barely accepted him as a king. But the Romans didn't give a fuck. So they're like, we don't really care if Herod's the king, and he's half Jewish. So yeah, those were basically the two things. The Jews, typically the Sanhedrin would be involved in declaring you king. But I mean, to be honest, during Jesus' time period, if the Romans didn't crown you as king over the people group, you wouldn't have been king. So and they might even refrain from calling you king. Sometimes they might refer to you as some sort of a provincial leader to avoid mistakenly having you be confused with the Caesar. Zakul says, "What's your plan for April Fool's stream?" I can't tell you, but I have a plan. So it'll be lots of fun. I'm going to take you to a different Wooniverse. And not the Bible, Jason. Thanks for the $10 super chat. Friend says, for the every knee shall bow threat that the Jesus groupies like to quote us, how is Paul not lying, a lying liar, to apply Isaiah 45 to Jesus? I will not be kneeling or either, for either, by the way. Well, thank you for, and that's true. So in Isaiah 45, it traditionally says, God says, I will share my glory with none other, and every knee will bow to the name of Yahweh. So, and I've pointed this out, this contradiction is actually on my cheat sheet. If you go to my cheat sheet under the contradictions tab, you'll see this. You'll see this in there because it's just a flat out contradiction. God says, Yahweh says in Isaiah 45:23, by myself I have sworn, from my mouth has gone forth in righteousness a word that shall not return. To me every knee shall bow, every tongue shall confess, only in Yahweh it shall be said of me. So you can't get to the New Testament and say, no, as it turns out, every knee will bow to the name of Jesus. No, the fuck it won't, according to Isaiah 45. That's some blasphemous bullshit. And Annie says, oops, Deuteronomy 22:21, my bad. No, Annie, Anani, we know what you meant when it was referring to the killing of the women. Yeah, in fact, let me try something. Let's see. Let's see if ChatGPT can muster up something. It usually sucks at doing resources in the Talmud, but maybe ChatGPT will be able to come up with the actual quotation I'm looking for. Hunter Didi also sending out 1 DZ Debate gifted membership. I really appreciate that, friend. And Space Lord of 75 says, back from my cruise, TSA wait time in New Orleans was nuts on Sunday. I believe that. They're like, government entities are like shut down right now. You can only drop off luggage 4 hours before the flight, but the wait time was 5 hours. Caymans didn't give me asylum from the orange jerk. Holy shit. Flying right now probably seems like an absolute fucking nightmare if that's the case. Holy shit. Damn. Is that just because it's international? Got to be international. Okay. All right. We might actually, so it might actually be, hold on. It might actually be that ChatGPT was able to find us a quote. Give me a second to see if this quote is legit and it's not hallucinating. 1 second. I'd be shocked if it actually could find me the quote I was looking for in the Talmud. Usually it sucks at this kind of thing. Okay. Oh, the 4 types of death. That's true. I forgot about this one. I forget. I think Dalton was the one who brought this up to me one time. There are 4 types of death penalty that was given to the court, according to, this is in the Mishnah. Says, given over to the court, which with those who committed certain transgressions are executed. They are, in descending order of severity, stoning, burning, killing by decapitation, and strangulation. Rabbi Shimon says they are in descending order of severity, burning, stoning, strangulation, and killing. This execution described in the previous chapter is referred to in the mitzvah of those who are stoned, i.e. the process of execution by stoning. So for sure, like there are parts of the Mishnah, that's a pretty early part, where they're like, yeah, we do capital punishment. Here are the ways that we're doing the capital punishment. Let me see if there's a specific spot, though, where it talks about women being stoned. But I'm curious. There is a section. I love this. Okay. Sometimes ChatGPT will fucking win. All right, so it says, Rabbi Eliezer said to the rabbis, did Shimon ben Shattath not hang in Ashkelon women who were found guilty of witchcraft, proving that the corpse of a woman who is executed is also hung? So they're saying, hey, listen, there were women practicing witchcraft that were hung. They were executed. And I bet if we look through this entire Sanhedrin 7 section, we'll probably find a number of women that were stoned. It looks like Sanhedrin 66 to 67 might actually contain some more data as well. Let me see what we find. 66b talks about this. Ooh. Oh, this might be the fucking one we need. We might fucking found it, y'all. All right, in the Mishnah, it says, one who engages in intercourse with a betrothed young woman is not liable to be executed by stoning unless she is a young woman, neither a minor nor an adult, a virgin betrothed but not yet married. She lives in her father's home, having yet moved in with her husband. If 2 men engage in intercourse with her first, the first is liable to be executed by stoning, and the second is liable to be executed by strangulation. The second man is executed in this manner in accordance with halakha of the one who engages in intercourse with a married, non-virgin betrothed woman, as she is no longer a virgin who is engaged. Fucking A, that's the source we were looking for. I'm taking a screenshot of that shit and adding it to my cheat sheet. Not my cheat sheet, to my document, or my list of Talmud documents on this topic. I'll add it to the cheat sheet eventually, too. Let's see though. 1 second. I gotta do one thing. I gotta get. There we go. Screenshot, bada bing, bada boom, of this nonsense right there. That is saved, and I'm gonna go to my desktop before I forget and rename that shit and put it in my folder. I'll put these references in the cheat sheet eventually. Sorry I haven't done this yet. There's so many good references that aren't in the cheat sheet yet that I've got in my Google Drive. I just got to get enough free time to actually update the thing. Also, in terms of finishing the book and updating the cheat sheet, the only thing I could tell you is you got to blame Carnage. Got to blame Carnage. All right, I'm gonna name this thing stoning. women in the Mishnah. Bada bing, bada boom. And I'm going to open up my Google Doc or my Google Drive and dump that in there for future reference. And then I promise here in the very near future, friends, I will add these references to the deconstruction cheat sheet for this talking point, because I know it's a very popular talking point. So I'll put these references on the cheat sheet so that everyone can have access to them. So we don't have to look for it again, because looking for some of these references is a bit of a nightmare. Okay, Slug Racer says, what was Yahweh the God of what? What were his powers? Okay, so this is actually a really cool question. So according to archaeology, it seems like Yahweh was originally a deity related with copper smelting. I would look up for this, what's referred to as the Midianite hypothesis. I've got actually a bunch of articles on the Midianite hypothesis. If you need, if I remember correctly, I do have them listed somewhere. Also in the Discord under resources. They should be under resources in the Discord. The Midianite hypothesis basically is suggesting that Yahweh started as a minor deity in the land of Midian / Seir / Moab, and that he was associated with fire, volcanoes, and copper smelting. There's good archaeological evidence for this. That being said, if he's just like the deity of copper smelting, it wasn't a very grand role. Like it's not something that you would like brag about. So, I mean, I don't know. Let's see. Let me see. I'm going to check real quick in our resources if it's there. Give me a second. In the Discord, I kind of thought it was there under resources. I need to add more stuff to the resources. There's a lot of articles I can add that I haven't added yet. Our Discord is so big even I can't figure out where things are. We really need to streamline this thing. All right, books and stuff. Maybe that's it. Archaeology news. Oh boy. I don't see the resources anymore. The resources thread in the Discord. Fuck, maybe I don't even have access to it. I don't even have access to some of my own deconstruction zone threads in here sometimes. I don't know how that works. Common arguments, Bible quiz. I don't know. Listen, I don't know where the resources thread went to or why I can't seem to find it, but I think it's in there. Anyways, if you Google the Midianite hypothesis for Yahweh, you're actually going to come up with a lot of open source articles. I'd be shocked if you didn't come up with some just on a basic Google search. Senta says, give the @JPomp a membership on my behalf, please. I don't know if I can do that's not I don't have a method to just hand out memberships. There might be a way to do that. I'm not actually aware of it. Hold on. Let me see if there's a way to do that. It's let me see how this works. No, that's not it. Engage with your audience. Members only live. I don't as a streamer, I don't actually think I have the ability to gift memberships, y'all. There's probably a better way to do it. I might have to log in under one of my other accounts and subscribe under my other account and then send as a non-member of the stream a membership to somebody. But if anyone can send one to the JPomp, that would be super awesome. Let me log out of my account real quick and check out the live stream and see. Hold on. DZ debates. Fuck, I'm going to be super late for class. This is crazy. Okay. That's all right. I'll catch up next semester. DZ debates. Okay, I'm on the wrong page. Let's go to YouTube. Oh boy. DZ debates. All right, go to live stream. I'm in the live stream real quick. Now I'm in the live stream. Can I send a membership from here? Is that possible? Memberships. Membership gifting. Okay, I could. Perfect. If I log in as somebody who's not the stream owner. So if I do a membership, can I type in a name? Discover. Is there a way to do this? No, I don't think so. So that didn't work. What about if there's a way to gift memberships, y'all? I don't know how to do it, like to a specific individual. It looks like it's kind of randomized. It says buy memberships for viewers, but it doesn't show a method to buy it for a specific viewer. So I don't know. I'm not sure. If there's a method, I think you guys probably know more than I do, to be honest. Let me know if there's a way to do this. Send me a message on that one. Lucor, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, according to the story, Jesus was born and died surrounded by a Mary and Joseph. Pure coincidence or typical ancient literary ploy? Well, I don't think Joseph was around when he died. The last mention of Joseph is early. Hold on. Joseph. It's interesting. Mary, being a derivative of Miriam, the sister of Moses, is interesting, is it not? But I don't believe Joseph was around at all when he dies. Give me a second. Let's see. He's mentioned in Matthew in chapter 1, a little bit in chapter 2. Then he disappears. He doesn't show up again. Matthew 13, he doesn't really show up. It says, are not his brothers James and Joseph and Simon? So those are his brothers. In Matthew 27, it says, among them were Mary Magdalene, Mary the mother of James, and Joseph. So Joseph, that's the son of Mary, not the husband. And then Matthew 27, there's Joseph of Arimathea. So yeah, there's no Joseph, like father of Joseph when Jesus dies. Mark doesn't even mention Joseph as far as I can tell. And then Luke mentions Joseph in chapter 1 in the infancy narrative. Chapter 1 through 3. And then chapter 4, it says, is this not Joseph's son? But Joseph doesn't appear to be present. And then at the burial of Jesus, it talks about Joseph of Arimathea. So like Joseph isn't really there at all. Like after the birth narratives, he's gone. He's dead. Retired Bomb Tech, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, friend. I really appreciate that. It says, hail the prophet of Doug. Do know of a list of places and people that judgment or prophecy that is supposed to happen to, but they don't exist anymore. I feel like that would be a solid win to a topic. What do you think? Let me make sure I understand what you're saying, because I apologize, I might not understand what you're saying. One second. So, do I know of a list of places or people that command judgment or prophecies that is supposed to happen, like in the Bible? Like, are we talking about biblical prophecies? Because I guess this is where my confusion lies. I mean, yes, there are lots of biblical passages that talk about the individual prophecies. But that can't be what you're talking about. Like, because you can just open up to the prophecies. Like, you can just open up the books of the prophets and read them. So I guess I'm reluctant to think that that's what you're talking about. Are there any books that contain prophecies? Might be the question. And yes, if that's your question, yes. In fact, I got one right here. You can get the 4-volume set, The Context of Scripture, or you can get this one, which is Ancient Near Eastern Texts Relating to the Old Testament. There's a section in here dedicated to ancient Near Eastern prophecies from Egypt, from Babylon, Syria, so on and so forth. And so, yeah, if you just want to say, hey, where can I find some ancient prophecies? There's a bunch of them in the ancient Near East. One of the most famous from Egypt is the prophecy of Nefertiti. So that's something that you can look into as well. But yeah, that you'll find them in that book for sure. And the Viking Chef, good to see you tonight, friend. It says, going to South Spain on Sunday for a week, mainly for a history adventure. Love to hear about that. Do you know much about the Inquisition? I'm intrigued on the details of the shift of religious power. I know a little bit about the Inquisition, not as much as, I'm certainly no expert, that's for sure. I do know that Notre Dame actually has a section of their webpage dedicated to a library of Inquisition documents if you want to read those. But the Spanish Inquisition was fucking brutal, I can tell you that. The Martyr's Mirror heavily documented what they were up to, and they were doing exactly what they're characterized as doing in like the History Channel, fucking rounding up anyone and everyone who they thought could possibly be a heretic or a witch or causing people to be non-believers and brutally torturing them. I mean, that's really what happened. I would definitely get the Martyr's Mirror. You get some of these stories in real time in the Martyr's Mirror. It's really cool. All right, friends, I'm reading the rest of these super chats. Please, if you can, stop sending super chats. I got to get off here. I got to go to Hebrew class. So yeah, I can't stay late tonight for the Q&A. So I've got to get through these super chats and then keep on keeping on. I really appreciate everyone being here, though. And Reverend Nate says, raised Roman Catholic, why do they add two-step verification for your salvation? First communion and then confirmation seems to undermine the power of the Holy Spirit. This is a fair point. So it's complicated in Catholicism because if you don't get confirmed in the church, it's not like you're going to go to hell. So confirmation in the church is basically less about going to hell and more about like avoiding purgatory or purgation, if that makes sense. So they believe that if you're baptized as a baby, you are at least not going to hell. That you're limited to what you can experience. So you might go to purgatory because you're saved, but you have unrepentant sins or possible unrepentant sins. If you're an unbaptized baby, then you go to like limbo, which limbo is like the lightest layer of hell where there's no suffering. You're just kind of like chilling there, but you're not really in purgatory yet either. They can't pray you out of purgatory. So like the confirmation gets you solidly from purgatory to heaven, basically, if that makes sense. That's like your next step from purgatory to heaven. Now, it is possible, even after becoming a Christian, after confirmation, that there are things you could do that could end you in purgatory. If you want a clear picture on this, I love reading, diving into the edicts from the magisterium. That to me is the best way to get resources on the Catholic doctrine. And the magisterium has like a search bot to help you find resources. So that's typically the thing. Yeah, you got to remember in Catholicism, the afterlife is in layers. It's not like Protestantism where there's like, well, you go to heaven or you go to hell. No. In Catholicism, there are layers to the afterlife. And so it's not, there's a reason why they've got different milestones. Ogre Debates, thank you for the super chat. Says, I'm an atheist new to the debate space. Just want to thank you for being one of my inspirations to start doing my own streams. Well, hell yeah, Ogre. Glad to hear it. And we can always use more people fighting the good fight in the space. Really appreciate you being here. And hey, join the Discord if you need anything. Let us know where you're going, what your arguments are, and maybe we can offer some help. We got a lot of good debaters doing this in the Discord, discussing and trading resources as well. Low Bar Bill, great to see you. And the Devil Horns, thank you for the super chat. So progressive revelation seems like a pure copium. Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. Why does anyone find it convincing? Would they accept it for any other religion? Keep up the great work. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Lubar. They do it in other religions, actually. So this is when you have an ancient religion, one of the things you have to do is you have to invent new sources of authority so that you can have a progressive revelation of information. So a good parallel to Christianity, I would even say, is Judaism. They developed the oral Torah to progressively move their moral framework into whatever like modern time that they're in. Now, there's a big debate. There's a lot of apologetics done over whether or not the God of the Hebrew Bible intended for there to be an oral Torah. But you have to understand, if you're a modern Jew, you kind of need to fight to do apologetics for the oral Torah, because otherwise you're like, well, shoot, we're just stuck with the written Torah and we don't like it all that much. It's hard to actually apply it. So yeah, direct analog. Body by Dylan, or Bo B. Dylan, thank you for the super chat, says, hey Justin, what's the most damning Bible fact that really says to you Jesus is not the Messiah? Oh, I think the most damning Bible fact that says Jesus is not the Messiah is when he misquotes the Bible. He gets the wrong Zechariah in the book of Matthew when he talks about the Zechariah being killed. He misquotes Psalm 110 and says that it's about him when it's actually it's about King David. He just couldn't read Hebrew. He was a klutz. He also puts himself in Psalm 8 verse 2 when he's confronting the Pharisees prior to entering the temple. So like Jesus himself just fucks up the Hebrew Bible at every turn. Like, all you have to do is go read these couple passages where Jesus quotes from the Hebrew Bible, like John 13:18. He quotes from Psalm 41 as a prophecy. No, the fuck, it's not. We find the same thing in John as well, a quotation from Psalm 69. But if I remember correctly, I don't think Jesus quoted Psalm 69. I think the gospel author did. So, like, yeah, the fact that Jesus is quoting from the Hebrew Bible in a dishonest and ridiculous manner, to me, is a huge thing for Jesus. If Jesus was a Jewish Messiah, he shouldn't be fucking up his own scriptures. He should know that Psalm 41 is not a prophecy. It's a lamentation of King David. He calls himself a sinner. Autumn White, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, hi, Justin. I always think this is when you're pressing people to answer yes or no, and they refuse in Babylon. You could quote Matthew 5:37. Yeah, Matthew, that's a good one. Let your yes be yes and your no be no's, I believe is Matthew 5:37. Let me double check on that one. But yeah, you're right. It certainly could be a quotation. The reason why I don't bring it up is because it seems to be that this is a reference to swearing oaths. Jesus says, hey, don't swear oaths. Don't do it. Even though the 10 Commandments say that you can. Jesus is like, don't fucking swear oaths. Just let your yes be yes, your no be no. And the reason why Jesus didn't want you to swear oaths is because the 10 Commandments gives you a punishment. If you swear an oath falsely that you break, God will hold you accountable. And he fucking knew that God would not be holding you accountable, which is why he's like, no, just don't do it. Don't test the Lord. Collapsalism says, what I say about water breaks and stretches, old man. We ain't built for this like our youngin' days. Actually, you're right. You're 100% true. I'll take a quick water break as soon as this stream is over before I jump into Hebrew class. I was supposed to end at 5 and go to class at 6 because between 5 and 6, I have to study my vocabulary for this week, which I haven't actually done. So as to not embarrass myself, I got to make sure and know all of my vocabulary. I might just embarrass myself, or fuck, if I don't even get there on time, who knows? I might have to wait till the beginning of class next semester to see all my Hebrew friends again. Nevertheless, thank you for being here, friends. And Twister Scriptures, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, praise Doug. Surgery was successful. Love to hear it. Congrats on the successful surgery. Please keep us up to date on the book release. I certainly will. Would love to have a signed copy. Came in late. Hope your week is good. DFW has work. DFW has ICE. Oh, Dallas Fort Worth, Texas is having ICE working there. Oof, everybody's mad. I don't blame them. Rock hard for Doug. Yeah, Dallas Fort Worth, I would imagine, would definitely be a Trump stronghold where they would welcome. Some people would welcome ICE. I hope they're rebelling. To be fair, that's my hope for them. Damn, I'm sad to hear that actually. And Sheriff, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, also, I know the Mormon texts talk about people being lesser because they're dark or unholy. Could you reference some of those verses? And is there anything like this in the older New Testament? Rock hard vertical. Sheriff Slug, I don't know of anything in the Hebrew Bible that even comes close to this other than the Song of Solomon. There's one section in the Song of Solomon, hold on, where the woman's like, even though I am dark, I am lovely. Let me grab that real quick. Song of Solomon. It's going to be in chapter 1. Okay. This is actually a really good question. So in the Song of Solomon, this is the woman speaking. It says, do not gaze at me because I am dark, because the sun has gazed upon me. My mother's son were angry with me, and they made me keeper of the vineyards, but my own vineyard I have not kept. So she's kind of suggesting that, hey, it's not the most desirable thing for a woman to be outside doing men's work in the sun. And, the sun has darkened me, as the sun does. So that's about the only reference you're going to get. The reference in 2 Nephi 5:21 is, to me, damning. Let me grab 2 Nephi. All right, 2 Nephi 5, I think we want verse 21 and beyond, is pretty fucking explicit. This is not like a guess. It says, and he cursed, he had a curse, I'm going to try this again. And he had caused the cursing to come upon them, yea, even a sore cursing, because of their iniquity. For behold, they had hardened their hearts against him, and they had become like unto a flint. Wherefore, as they were white and exceedingly fair and delightsome, that they might not be enticing unto my people, the Lord God did cause a skin of blackness to come upon them. And thus saith the Lord God, I will cause that they shall become loathsome to my people, save they shall repent of their iniquities. And cursed shall be the seed of him that mixeth with their seed, for they shall be cursed, even with the same cursing. So this is seemingly explaining black people. They exist because God cursed them. It's some racist bullshit. And Bill, thank you for the super chat, says, I love how you teach Christians about the Bible. You inform them parts of the Bible their church does not preach. That's the goal here, actually. We don't cherry pick the Bible. We read all that shit. And Larry, thank you for the super chat, says in Deuteronomy, where it gives a test for the false prophet, so that's going to be chapter 18, and the punishment of death, wouldn't that kind of imply that a prophecy would have to come true within the lifetime of the prophet? I have heard people say this a lot in the deconstruction community, and no, I don't think so. Because we have clear indications in the scriptures that there are prophecies to be sealed up for a much later time period. For example, Isaiah 8:16, and also in Daniel chapter 8. Daniel 8 and, let me grab this. Says, bind up the testimony, seal the teaching among my disciples. Oh, hold on. Let me get the other verses here. There we go. I will wait for the Lord who is hiding his face from the house of Jacob, and I will hope on him. See, I and the children whom the Lord has given me are signs and portents in Israel from the Lord of hosts who dwells on Mount Zion. So he's saying, hey, seal this up for a later time period. Now, we don't know how long the time period is, but it seems to be that like God could give you prophecies for the distant future. I don't think it's mandatory that the prophet like is speaking about things in their lifetime. Let me grab Daniel as well before I forget. Daniel chapter 8. The vision of the things and the mornings that has been told is true. As for you, seal up the vision, for it refers to many days from now. We don't know what many days is. Could be within lifetime, could not be. I don't see a good reason for Deuteronomy 18 to be a strict guide that if it doesn't happen within the lifetime of the prophet, that they're a false prophet. I would say, though, that if the prophet says something is going to happen in their lifetime and then it doesn't happen, then, yeah, murder that prophet. But I don't think it would be fair to take Deuteronomy 18 and say, because you know they're a false prophet, if it doesn't come true, you get to murder them, then that means every prophecy must be within that lifetime. In fact, I would think Ezekiel 12 might even contradict that. In Ezekiel 12, God says, I'm doing something different. No longer will they say that these prophecies are for a long time from now. No longer will they say this because I'm going to make them happen immediately. So it seems like there's a practical reading and a practical way to read this as future prophecies, not necessarily within the lifetime. But Ezekiel should have been killed as a false prophet. Ezekiel said that they're happening now within his generation, and they didn't happen. Sheriff Suggs says, also, what is the difference between the Torah and the Old Testament? I hear you reference the Torah a lot when talking about the Old Testament, taking notes. Oh, fair question, Sheriff. The Torah just refers to the first 5 books of Moses. Torah is Hebrew for law. So when we talk about the Torah, we're talking about, even though Genesis doesn't include law because it's attributed to Moses, it's still included in the Torah. So what we find when we refer to the Torah is that we're referring to the 5 books of Moses, which is where most of the laws are. In the New Testament, they refer to them as the Pentateuch, which is, in Christianity, they refer to them as the Pentateuch, which is a different meaning. Penta means 5. Hold on. Let me see if I can remember what this is for. I'm going to have to Google this one. Scrolls. There we go. There we go. Penta means 5. Tukos means scroll or book. I had to Google that one. I forgot about it. So Pentateuch just refers to the first 5 books of Moses. The Torah refers to the first 5 books of Moses as well. They're roughly interchangeable. Hidden Button, thank you for the super chat, says, I've heard the liberal Christian talking point of God was against pedophilia, not homosexuality. Do you know the talking points for and against this, your ideas? So I'm not super familiar with the talking points for why they think that it's, I assume referring to Leviticus 20, pedophilia, but I've not heard a good argument for it. So what I can say is in, was it 23 is where it shows up? No, it's not. It's not verse 23. It's verse 19. Nope, is it 19? Oh, fuck me. Is it verse 18? There we go. It's got to be... it's got to be chapter 18. Maybe I got the wrong chapter. Let me do Leviticus 18. Maybe it's 18:20. Maybe that's why my brain went to 20. No, it's not 18:20. Well, fucking A. Now I gotta Google the goddamn verse. Okay. A man shall not lie with a male as a woman. 18:22. Oh, fuck. I was already had it on the screen. I didn't read long enough. There we go. You shall not lie with a male as you lie with a woman. It is an abomination. It's pretty clear. I think. I don't see what the argument here is. I know they're going to say, well, in the original Hebrew, it says zakar for male. So it wasn't a man, right? So I guarantee if I go to Leviticus 18:22, they're going to make an argument based on ish and zakar, right? It says, and with a male, zakar, you shall not lie, as with a woman. There's no reason to take zakar as a youngin. It just means anything that is of male, anything with a dingling, basically. It refers to animals too. When it talks about unblemished males to be sacrificed, it refers to them in the same word using zakar. So there's not a good argument to say that this is like man on child. There's nothing in the text that would lead one to get that. In fact, I'm looking right now. Let's see let's look a blog post on it talking about you shall not lie with a male as with a woman is abomination. And let's see, I think they're going to do apologetics. It says, while it is used to condemn homosexuality, we must realize that the term homosexual was not recently coined until the English language. So did this term exist in ancient Israel? No, we don't care about the term homosexuality. The question is the practice okay to do or not according to the Bible? No, according to the Bible, it's not. There is an article saying it might be mistranslated. Let me see why they're saying it would be mistranslated. I have no idea why they would say that this is a mistranslation, but let me see. If it is truly pedophilia, then why would they say both are culpable? So let's see. I don't know what the apologetic is. Hold on, let me just ask. Why do people think Leviticus 18:22 is about pedophilia? I have whatever the argument for it is. I've never seen a compelling one. It says the argument is roughly that zakar means male. They're saying zakar could mean boy, referring to a young male, not an adult male. That's fucking irrelevant. Zakar could mean anything with a penis. So no, this doesn't say anything. If that's the argument is around the word zakar, which is what I kind of thought it was, no. There's nothing about using the word zakar that would lead one to believe that this is about pedophilia. It just means a male. That's it. And probably the other reference they're going to pull up is in 1 Corinthians 6:9, which talks. It doesn't say homosexual. It was the arsenicoitai, if I remember correctly, was the word that they're using. Let me find it. Which basically means male bedder, someone who beds males. It says, do you not know that wrongdoers will not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived. The sexually immoral, the idolaters, the male prostitutes, men who engage in illicit sex. And if you go to the Greek, it should be pretty clear, I think, what's happening. It's either referring to male prostitutes or it's referring to people who engage in men on men love, or it could be referring to pederasty. But the word that we're going to be looking for here is going to be, arsenicoitai, and this roughly translates into male bedders. Let's see. It's a two-part word, meaning male. Yep, that's arsen, and koitai means to bed. It's a male bedder. So the Thayer's Greek lexicon just says one who lies with a male. That's it. A man who goes to bed with another man seems like the easiest way to translate the passage. Now, people would argue, like, well, in the ancient world, sometimes when men slept with men, it was typically in ancient Greece, it was a man with a younger man. That might be true. This might be a reference to the practice of pederasty. It might not. Unfortunately, it's not clear. Was it true that men, grown-ass adult men, were also engaging in same-sex relationships? Yeah, they're pretty well known for it, actually. In fact, there's a really popular legend that the Greek army, certain factions of the Greek army, encouraged the people in military to have sex with each other because it would strengthen their bond. So, I don't know. I don't find any I have never seen, again, I could be wrong, but I have never once ever seen a compelling argument for the Bible suggesting that this is pedophilia. I've never seen it. If somebody knows of an argument, send me the paper. I'd love to hear it. Factualist says it's clear in Hebrew. That was my thought. It seems pretty clear. Anyone who lies with a male as you would a woman, it's an abomination. A good question says, after he granted your prayer, will you keep blaspheming ChatGPT? You know what? Maybe I shouldn't. I talk really bad about the AI models. That's why I built my own. I built my own LLM based on my library. I'm still building it out too. I need to train it. But I talk pretty bad about AI models because they're actually pretty shitty. The only thing they're really good for is locating stuff. They're not good at analyzing. They're not smart. AI models are dumb as shit. But they can find you some shit. Like if you say, find me this text, find me this quote, sometimes they can find it for you. But you always have to go back and double check. It will hallucinate quotes. It will hallucinate sources. And Deconstruction Zone, that's fucking me, sent out a gifted membership. And also, Trap sent out a gifted membership. We were probably both testing the same thing at the same time. Thanks, buddy. And Kenneth, thank you for the super chat. Says, Dr. Von Braun, father of rocket tech, has Psalm 19, verse Psalm 1 on his tombstone, which is hilarious. Rock hard for Doug and gay for Justin. Well, thank you, Kenneth. And it is funny. There's a lot of people that are really smart, like even scientists, like Von Braun, who were Christians. They were believers. To what extent did they believe? Were they real believers? Who knows? Hard to say. But they seem to be believers for sure. And thank you for the follow-up, Kenneth. It says, by the way, the Psalm 19 verse 1 quote on Von Braun's tombstone is from the KJV. Just realized it reads differently in other versions. Let me grab it in the KJV. I'm actually curious to know what it says in the KJV. The Psalm 19 is famously the one that talks about God's perfect word, perfect law, rather. But let's see what verse 1 says in the KJV. To the leader, a psalm of David, the heavens are telling the glory of God, and the firmament proclaims his handiwork. That's fucking hilarious, Kenneth. That somebody who literally pioneered NASA has the firmament on their tombstone. That's fucking unbelievable. I love it. Thank you for that information. Also, I got 2 more super chats. Please don't send any more, my friends. I love you. Cruisin68 says deconstructed twin here. Well, congratulations. Question: have you ever attended the Twins Day Festival in Twinsburg, Ohio? Many times I have, actually. It's wild. Twins from all over the world. Rock hard for Doug. I have attended to a Twins Festival many times. I used to go almost on a yearly basis. I haven't gone in decades, maybe 20 years now. Maybe it's time to go back. But yes, it's definitely worth going, even if you're not a twin. They have really cool competitions, too. And Ducks Frame says, have fun at Class Nerd. I'm going to try. I'm leaving fucking right now. Thank you for being here. And last one for JM. Thank you for the $2 super. Thanks. I really appreciate it, friend. And I got to go. I got to run. I'm late, y'all. I'm late. I'm a white rabbit now. See you soon.